What was she played by? Hunter. Hunter's gonna hunt. What's my hunter even using?
Long ago, the Traveler came to the Sol system. It brought a golden age to humanity. They explored, they built, they thrived. Until the collapse. A terrible calamity caused by the Traveler's oldest enemy. It brought the people of Sol to the brink of extinction. When all hope seemed lost, the Traveler saved humanity by creating us. With the Traveler's light, Ghosts and Guardians together protected the last city from the forces of darkness, no matter the cost. But we soon learned even that was more complicated than we thought. Our enemies wielded the light, shaking our faith in what we once thought we knew. From old conflicts grew new alliances. And just as our enemies learned to wield the light, we found a way to leverage the darkness. In that darkness, we rediscovered the being responsible for humanity's collapse. The Witness. It wishes to create what it calls the final shape. Our universe, perfected in the name of salvation. Everything calcified into eternity. We've tried to follow the Witness into the Traveler, and every attempt has failed. Until now. Vanguard Scout Crow wished his way inside. The paracausal bond he shares with his twin sister will guide us safely through. Now, our leaders prepare a strike force to enter the Traveler, to confront the Witness. That's our role, the tip of the spear. Every battle we've fought has brought us to here and now. It's time.
It's time to rebuild my hunter. Did I click? Oh wait, we'll wait it out, see what happens. It's just the intro cinematic, right? This is the new Light Beginner's intro cinematic. We might play through this though.
Is it possible? There you are. You don't know how long I've been looking for you.
Oh, I haven't seen this. Maybe I have.
You live without purpose. Anguish. Bliss. A meaningless cycle of action and reaction. Let's bring an end.
Oh no, the kid got sliced up.
Exertions. A final shape
Oh shit.
is coming.
I didn't think they actually knew that.
Chaos. Untangled. Made knowable. With immaculate intent. Let us know you. And be reborn. Into perfection.
Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? Hey, Rusty, how's it going?
You're still resisting.
It's all just a bad dream. Man, imagine being the ZBrush artist that had to cut all those models up and then retopologize them and then bake that shit. Man, what a pain in the ass that would
The
be.
witness nears the final shape.
I guess it doesn't really matter because it's cinematic, so you
We're
probably just like
initiating
decimate and
Operation
then
Ahamkara.
auto UV.
No.
But still.
The Traveler cannot abate it much longer. The portal is unstable.
Ikora, the Guardian, me. I won't lose another soldier in this war.
I feel the grasp of the witness. It's fighting me. This might be the end.
If it is, it was an honor to serve the last city with you.
How about I get put into a mission instantly? Like, I don't even know what my build is. I have like the Omnioculus chest piece set. It has to do something with like void grenades. That's all I can tell. And I think I'm holding Heaven's Fury? No, it's a raid bow. Hmm. Oh shoot, they do just throw me into the shit. Okay, that's fine. We'll just see what this is. This is, I think, a PvE build, so it should perform alright. The Hunter was my main for the longest time ever. So what am I even using? He is completely kitted out with a transmog, so he should have some decent stuff. Although the mods would probably be all wiped by now. Ooh, laggy stream. Let's see what we have. We have Accrued Redemption. Quick Draw Explosive Head. Let's go do Sweaty confetti. Targeting adjuster is always good. We have Aikilos. I'm using an Aikilos weapon. Generate Aikilos orbs. Tractor cannon hasn't. What does this even do? Oh no, it's a PvP. I think. No, this is like a. I know what I was using this for. I was using this to get past. In there's a raid where you want to be invisible in Destiny 2. So this is my method of getting past that section. Where there's like these sentries that if they spot you, your entire raid party just dies. So I was in charge of making everyone invisible. Okay, well definitely recovery is very high because I want dodge. Can I access? Yeah, maybe, you know what? I've already done this, so I'm just gonna return to and make a build because this is not. I don't think this is the right build for any mission. I need to get some gear at least. Because Omni Oculus invisibility isn't great for just general PvE. It's definitely more of a PvP or raid kind of build. Wait, is there a way to change builds outside? Isn't there like a way to change loadouts? Yeah, through like light GG, right? Let me go see if I can switch my loadouts using this. I should still have a light GG account. I know it's taking so long to load. What are my items? Let's go sort by newest, I guess. Default. What is default sorting? Ah, okay. Newest is probably what I want. Tiku's divination is pretty good. Could do like a solar. Holy cow, Light GG is not loading. Where's that one scout rifle that I really like using? Visions of... no, not that. It's a very old... I think it's this one, Patron of Lost Causes. Let's go use that. Patron of Lost Causes. What even am I even using on this character? This is like a raid loadout, huh?
This is taking forever.
Beyond the Veil, you gain a second smoke bomb charge and have damage resistance while invisible. Hmm.
The oldest encryption methodologies sometimes contain the greatest treasures. Sometimes, well, no.
Hmm.
Oh, he's got a temper. I've seen it when he thinks he's in private.
Dead Man's Tale could also be pretty good. Vorpal weapon. Trinity Ghoul. Do I have the skin for this? It looks like I bought the skin for it. That isn't the default appearance for Trinity Ghoul. That means I liked it enough to use it. We'll just grab the Le Monarque. Grab that, we'll grab Trinity Ghoul. I heard they nerfed bows though.
Forever.
They reduced their damage by like 12% across the board. Which kinda sucks. Freaking Sunshot's always fun. Subtle Calamity. Oh my god, Crucible opponents defeated 1,523. I have more than that on my Le Monarque, I'm sure. But the Le Monarque, it doesn't have a kill counter, unfortunately. So I can't show how many people I've killed with bows in the in the Crucible. But this is one of my earlier bows. Hipfire grip, Archer's tempo, freehand grip. So there's a lot of really good aim assists on this thing. I just hipfire everyone in the head. Okay, it seems like Light GG is working now. Right? Hold on, I need to go do this. How come I have to sign in again? Confirm your territory and birthday. Why does it need to know this information? Why? I wonder if this has saved my profile from years ago. How do I view my loadouts? Wait, is it not Light GG? Maybe it's loadout builder? I don't know why this website's so damn slow. Do I have loadouts in-game? Loadouts? Oh, I don't have loadouts here. This is a new thing. Like before, you'd have to go to a website to access your loadouts. D2 armor picker? Did I save my loadout here on D2 armor picker? Where did I save my loadouts to? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, it's Destiny Item Manager. That's it. Okay, yeah, I have this. Here we go. This is where my loadouts are saved, not on Light GG, not on D2 armor picker. Destiny Item Manager. Okay, I'll let you guys see what I'm looking at. God damn, I have a lot of stuff in my inventory. Okay, so for Hunter, manage loadouts. Okay, this one, Omni.
This is humanity. We get the job done.
Oh, I was using the messenger,
I've seen it when
and then also Le Monarch, Tarantula, fusion rifle. Huh? Echoes. Bungie is slow right now. Yeah, seems a lot like that. Why was I using Omni Oculus though? Like if I'm using Le Monarch, I should be using. Stasis Hunter, maybe. Oh, this is just the shuriken throwing. Fragments. How come I'm not getting any stasis shards from killing things? Wait a sec, let me go. I'm gonna chat over here, even though no one's talking. I do get a bit worried that I'm not able to see chat. What about my warlock? What loadouts do I have here? Oh, okay. So I have stasis loadout. Yeah, that looks right. Stasis with no aggro scepter. Here's my solar loadout. This is my healing build. Cartesian coordinate. Oh, I was using all fusion rifles. That's crazy. Using all fusion rifles. So that means I had like some fusion rifle mods for sure. Oh yeah, Arbalest. Doesn't that use... Arbalest is like a kinetic. It uses kinetic ammo if I'm not... Oh wait, it's special. Okay, shoot.
Recording
Why was I
time.
using Cartesian coordinate then?
Cabinet can only be opened
That's
by
like
those
double
who are
special
armed.
ammo. It's kind of rough.
That is an art form.
Yeah. Lead from gold, fourfold weapon.
I can definitely fix this.
Man, there's so many weapons I want to use. I know why as well. Like, all of these weapons I've kept are the ones that I like using. Or like ones that I'll be like turning into like basically into like wait, no, actually yeah, all of these weapons that will I thought were like good rolls, possibly good rolls. If they weren't, then they'd be weapons that I'd be using. This weapon's pattern can be extracted. It's like dies. Frozen Orbit. I heard this one's kind of hard to get. I have some Trials armor. Interesting. Reed's Regret. This is also a Trials weapon, is it not? Yeah. Trials of Osiris weapon. Has headstone on it. Stasis Hunter. I heard people like, most people are using like prismatic hunters now. Prismatic is the way to go apparently. But what if? Use something else. Gunslinger. Knife throw, storm grenades. I was an arc hunter before. How come all of these are locked? Oh, skip grenades, okay. Yeah, I'd be using skip grenades all the time with Shinobu's Vow. Double skip grenades. We could do like Trinity Ghoul, and then also Patron of Lost Causes, and then still be Arc Strider. Is there an optimizer here? Okay, this is it. D2 armor picker. Man, I don't know what to go for.
Titans too. Warlocks.
Man, it really sucks that they added in kill trackers so late to this weapon. Really sucks. I'd have like 3,000 kills or something on this weapon. Something crazy like that. 3,000 to 4,000. Those are Crucible kills too, not just like PvE kills. I wonder if it tracks kills here in D2 armor picker. Or dim. No, it doesn't. Ah, here we go. Shinobu's Vow. Yeah, I legendary that. Is Shinobu's Vow still good? Let's go take a look.
Vanguard doesn't ask nicely. We gotta get this done.
Okay, well, let's just go and rebuild my old Shinobu's Vow. Hmm. Now let's go ahead and do that. So it looks like, judging by, because I don't have anything saved. I don't have my loadout saved for Hunter. Also, we have to start by new to oldest and figure out what I was wearing before on my Hunter, which appears to be this helmet. Oops. This chest. These are all very good rolls. Shinobu's Vow. Boots. Is that it? Oops. That's always annoying. Okay. Oh, cloak as well, but I guess it doesn't matter because this is legendary already. $74, $72. Hmm. Ah, so I have 70 and 80. Yeah, this looks about right. Let me change the appearance back to... I think I was using this hood. Or should I use the Osiris armor? Default. That's a nice default.
Interesting little fun. Encryption.
Okay, let's go do that.
Investigate later.
We're gonna change the head to... Yeah, I was using this. But then I swapped it later for this. Hmm. How come? I remember getting a grenade like almost every 10 seconds with this build, but this is like only I get a grenade every 52 seconds now. What the hell's up with that? Maybe they nerf Shinebus though.
Now, where did I put that blasted dematerialization lens stuff?
Okay. Um.
We need to clear that back.
I'm just copying a build. Harmonic Siphon, Rapid Arc Weapon, Final Blows. Okay, that means I will be using that one bow.
Vanguard doesn't ask nicely. We gotta get
Matches the assets. Charged up. Charged up. As well. Stacks on stacks. Wait, is this? Okay. Grenade up. Alright. Okay, this one has to be discipline mod. And the rest will be recovery. Probably recovery and mobility.
Everything depends on the Pathfinder.
Let's go choose good weapon here. Trinity Ghoul. Patron of Lost Causes, sure. Hmm. Let's go put away some stuff that I don't need. I don't need the Monarch. Well, maybe I need it just for shields. Get rid of this. We'll get rid of
Vanguard doesn't
Sunshot.
ask nicely. We gotta
I
get
need
this done.
another weapon for shields. Solar bow, I guess. Guess we're going all bow for shields. Tiku's divination. Sure, let's go do that. Arc,
Not just
void,
hunters,
solar.
Titans too. Warlocks.
Tractor cannon can go. Hezin's Revenge. Why do I have Hezin's Revenge here? Is it good enough that I colored it? Not really. Let's go. Let's go get a linear fusion rifle. Do we have one? Or a sword. A sword could also be good. Falling guillotine. Yeah, let's go do that. That was my go-to weapon. Should I use a Crit Redemption? Oh yeah, there's also targeting mods. I forgot about that for helmets. Do they not have targeting mods anymore? Ah. Kinetic targeting, okay. Or I could just aim better. Rapid kinetic weapon final blows creates orbs of power. Wait, is there one for arc? Arc siphon. Ooh, okay. Rapid arc weapon final blows creates an orb of power. I need that. That means this has to be mobility. And then we can go get arc siphon. That means I don't have 100% recovery. Oh well, this probably doesn't matter that much. Okay, let's go color, I guess. We'll go and color our ship.
Wasn't the Vanguard sending us into combat? We're ready.
What even was my appearance? Yeah, I guess I'll just like make it look like the hunter I ran with her a long time ago. Go do that, and then chest piece is fine, I guess. Well, actually, let's go make it like the updated look. So we'll use that. Legs.
Fire is the Arcticus' one true enemy.
Yeah, we were using those.
Always been.
I'll just make him look like the hunter. We'll use that, and then this was. Oh my god, this is gonna be tough to find.
Security check. All secure.
Holy cow, what did I use for this? Amethyst. Oh, it was like the amethyst veil, but it was like not the beat up version. So what was that? Bloody Tooth? No. War Brick. I think maybe it's War Brick. Wait, no, it wasn't War Brick. It's close, but not War Brick. It's even harder because the dyes look different. I know Bloody Tooth was one that I was using for this hunter.
But an interesting little old farm. Hardly any
I think I'm
encryption
going
at
a bit too far back
all.
now.
To investigate later.
Monitoring all.
Oh, it was Metro Shift. Is this one? Yes. Okay. And then rest of the armor. This was set to default. Chest, I believe, was Bloody Tooth. Yeah. Strides, also Bloody Tooth? Yes. It was either this or Amethyst Veil. Metro Shift. Metro Shift could be good. And then the cape I think is fine. There we go. That's my look. Whoa. Why is it so gold? What character was I using this on? That's fine. The catalyst for that. And I think this is fine as well. Yeah. Okay, we'll test this out. Let's go do the opening mission. I know we've done this already last stream, but I want to get caught up with this character. I forgot. This isn't the ship that I was using. Can we change it out? Collections. Equipment. Ships. What was it? It's a while ago. God. What was it? Ah, Obsidian Wings. Here we go. Change this color to default is fine for now. Just because I can't figure out. Then we'll do Raven. Yeah. It's fine. We'll see our ship again eventually. Wait, is my class even using skip grenades right now? I need to go check that I have my talent points assigned correctly. Okay, no I don't. Gonna use skip grenades. Combination blow or disorienting blow? Yeah, combination blow is probably better. Although it increases your man damage when you ping into it. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Triple jump, yeah, triple jump. Gambler's dodge, marksman's dodge. Marksman's dodge. Flow state. Defeating a jolted target makes you amplified. When sliding, activate your charged melee ability. After dodging, your next attack has increased lunge range, jolts the target, and creates a damaging aftershock. Probably want that, and then fragments. Oh. Arc grenades jolt targets. Oh my god. But it's minus 10 discipline, that sucks. Critically wounded, melee. Grenade energy regenerates more quickly. Let's go do Spark of Shock. But we need to like increase our discipline by another 10 points. You're amplified. Being a jolted target makes you amplified. I would say maybe be like permanently amplified with this setup. In sliding, activate your charge melee. Ah, I heard this is good for PvP. Ah, there's a cooldown to that though. Let's just use lethal current. Lethal current. After dodging, your next melee attack has increased lunge. Okay. Your arc special, heavy ammo, weapon final blows create a blinding explosion. But I need arc special or heavy ammo. Ooh, that'd be really good if I had a special ammo weapon. Melee hits increase your equipped reload speed. Ionic Trace. What is an Ionic Trace? Bolt of pure arc energy. It grants ability energy. Dodge more or hit more? I guess dodge more. And then we can get Spark of Resistance. None. Bark of Beacons is so damn good, but I need an arc special. None of these use special ammo. The primary weapon. I need like a really good arc special ammo weapon. Like my heavy ammo weapon doesn't do anything either. Because it's not arc. Let's just do this. Spark of recharge.
We have no signal on either Vanguard leader. The Guardian's comm line is open but non-responsive.
Mara, we're here. We crashed, but we're here. What is this place?
The Traveler contains many more multitudes than you or I could ever comprehend. You are yet in the threshold. Whatever lies between you and the Traveler's pale heart is a side effect of the Witness's paracausal mutilations. I can feel its power stretching through the portal. I will try to buy us time. Go.
Taken. The Witness must be using them to search for us.
Oh, triple jump. I forgot about that.
That's a sphere of concentrated darkness. It's being detained in a resonance shell. Destroy it. Ah, the darkness unraveled and it's projecting something. An overlay of possibilities. We have taken incoming, but I'm picking up something strange with them. A concentrated source of light.
Whoa. Why am I sprinting so fast? Is that because of Amplified?
Aha! We're imbued with extra light now. Let's try activating that concentration of darkness again.
I'm
It
so
worked.
freaking fast.
The light made the imagined
No wonder I
structures
used this for
solid.
PvP.
Made them real. Scans are inconclusive. I'm getting conflicting readings on age and material composition. Guardian, I'm not sure what that creature is. It reads like a scion, but its genetics are scrambled. Changed.
Agents of the Black Fleet. Nezarec, Rolk, even Callus. They were just the beginning.
Holy shit. Amplification is nutty. It's so fast. Yeah, it wasn't like this before. They really beefed up Arc Hunter with Amp. Like, I really am just permanently. Whoops, that's the wrong way. Fuck. I'm dead. Ah! Alright. Keep going up that way. Oops. Yeah, I forgot there's a bunch of these bits here. Where's the third one? Oh, it's behind here. Campaign banners are free to use, huh? Okay. Well, too late. Useful. I should probably get a different kinetic, or maybe I need like a good arc special, because permanently blinding everything would be insane as well with that one perk.
You have to keep moving. I have not been able to reach the Vanguard. Even my bond with my brother is faint.
We'll find the others. We have to.
Ah, it's the invincible dudes. I just have to wait for like the dialogue, I guess. Or I guess just head this way preemptively.
The witness is pushing back against me, trying to exert its will over everything. I will hold the portal open as long as I can. The fate of all things rests on you. Guardian, hurry.
Man. This amplification shit is pretty nuts. Oh shit. Okay. One. It's like one up here. Two. I think there's only two for this one. Right? Where's the third one for this? Oh.
When you find my brother, tell him the Allied Coalition will protect the city in the Vanguard's stead. Tell him that we will join you as soon as we are able. Tell him that I...
He knows.
You cling so desperately to your pain, your failures. You have lost. Let go.
Oh my god!
Go.
I knew that was gonna happen. I didn't think my health was gonna go to 1%. Man, global warming sucks. This is what happens when like Shell and British Petroleum take over the universe. see.
Are we alive? Is this... This is... Guardian. That vision.
Uh-oh.
I think we're inside
Where's
the Traveler.
Where's the stuff that's supposed to spawn? Here we go. Where's the crystalline coon drops? Hold on, I want to... I know this isn't an arc weapon, but I need to play around with this for a bit. This is my main weapon after all. As you can see, it matches my color scheme perfectly.
We've crossed the threshold. This is it. We're really here. Mara? I can't pick up anything. No comm signals from Sol. Zavala, Ikora, do you read us? Nothing. We're alone. I can feel the light here. It's everywhere. The grass, the air. It's not what I expected the heart of the Traveler would be like, but it's beautiful, isn't it? And so familiar. This is city architecture.
We got this one. No wall climbing, huh? It's not Warframe, sadly.
Servants of the Witness.
There
They
we
must
go.
be remnants from a conquered species.
Yeah, this thing does so much fucking damage, man. The Monarch still slaps. That poison is no joke either. Jesus Christ, this weapon is nuts. Forgot how good it was.
I think I can channel the power coming out of that wellspring of light and dark into you, Guardian. We just need to be closer.
transcend, and then we'll also transcendent super. What? Okay.
They're vulnerable now. Your power broke them.
And that's everything.
I know this street. I know that shop.
Fast as fuck, boy. Guess I'll grab this. Right, switch back to Gambler's Dodge. Or not Gambler's Dodge, like the melee dodge. I forgot what it's called. Oh, what am I doing? Ah! Oh my god! How did I survive? Wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. Come on, come on. No. It fades away. Both deaths due to gravity. Gravity is a major killer here. Oh my god! Don't tell me I have to go all the way back. Go back. That is not fun. What shield is that? Is that a stasis shield? Oh, spicy. He's dead, right? He's dead. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe actually switch out for linear fusion instead of sword. Like for really heavy, tanky enemies, you can't really get close to. Sword is a bit lackluster.
This was the old Vanguard command center, but it's changed. Light and dark are welling up here, more than I've ever felt before. It feels like you could reach out and pull all that power to you, control it. Could you? The line between light and dark it's gone. It's gone. Guardian, you fused light and dark into harmony. How?
Whee. Are you able to use Prismatic Hunter without the DLC? Because everyone else seems to be using Prismatic Hunter. Wait,
We can use this. We're stronger than we've ever been. We can use this. Let's go. The transponder signal isn't far.
there we go.
The signal's coming from here. Wait. There's something. Guardian, watch out!
Oh, I get my aids back really quickly with this as well. Waiting for the boss to spawn. Is he gonna spawn? Oh shit, that's not good. Died there. Oh god, I got here. Woo! Suspended. I don't know if sword is the best idea here. It does a lot of damage, but man, is it risky. I'd rather use linear fusion.
That was intense. I think I need a minute. The Traveler. It's hurting. I can feel. I feel it's... Thanks. So, what's next? We're outmatched. We're alone, and what is that noise?
It's coming from over there.
You gotta get better boots, Crow. I could hear you coming a mile away. Now, Aldrin, he could sneak up on a fella. You're not Crow. Well, I'll be damned.
Cade. How long has it been?
A lifetime. The kid told me a few guns were on their way. Said the Vanguard would send their best. It's real good to see you two. I finally have someone to talk to about Crow's stupid haircut. Come on. I'm guessing you have questions. And I won't say I have answers. But let's talk.
I like Crow's haircut.
Where to even start?
Okay,
I
well, we've seen
died.
this already.
You...
I need to get to sculpting. So I'm gonna skip that.
I know I said it already.
I still really
But it is
love
good to
this
see you.
bow. This is the best
Just
weapon
wish
in
it
the
were under
game.
better circumstances.
It's good to see you too.
Like Ager's
Cade.
scepter is nice, but it doesn't
I
have that
never
oomph
thought-
that
Hey, it's
that
all
Monarch
right.
has.
I get it. This is a lot. And as much as we both want to catch up, we ain't got that kind of time yet. We got to get out there and find Crow. I was expecting him, not you, and that ain't a good sign.
Yeah, you're right. We can save the celebrations for later. Guardian, we should... Can we talk for a minute first? Just you and me?
I'll give you two some privacy. Last I heard from the kid, he was out on patrol, called in some sort of darkness anomaly. I'll scout ahead. Catch up with me when you're ready.
So, Cade, I looked him over while you were talking. Scan says that's really him. There's a few readings I...
Okay. I'm gonna take a short break here. I'll be right back.
Yes, welcome everyone. Those of you who know my content know that I tend to be more of an optimist when it comes to certain situations around Destiny. Today is sort of a video like that, but it's only optimism in the face of the overwhelming reality of what's happening to Destiny at the moment. As a general rule of thumb, let me put this out first. I don't like to talk doom and gloom about a game because in my opinion, it's not always helpful to the developers, or to me as a content creator. That's a stance that has evolved over time. I certainly did not used to be that way. Aside from anything else, if I'm talking about a game that I'm actively making content on and saying only doom and gloom things and saying only that it's doomed, why would any of you want to play it? Why would any of you want to spend time with it or hear about the stories in it? I don't think that makes sense. If I genuinely think that there is no future for a game, I won't make any more content on it. Take a look at what happened with Anthem. I had plans to cover the entirety of that game's content and lore, and by the point at which I found myself falling asleep in my chair at approximately 1 PM, reading through lore stuff or trying to get all the dialogue from the game, I called it quits there. When I do make negative content nowadays, I want to try and do something where I am providing flaws and critiques for people to look at, and then trying to show what a path forward might be. I see my role as a content creator as someone in this space who is able to collaborate between the community and the developers, allowing the community to voice their concerns by just being tapped into the general discourse, and then signal boosting that for the developers. And I know that I have a reputation as being an optimist, but I also like to hope that lots of you know that I do give things a fair swing. And you think I can't be critical about things? Well, check back on my stuff during Lightfall. My initial thoughts on things 24 hours in got to number 12 on trending across YouTube generally. Not trending in gaming, trending across the whole platform. It now has 700,000 views, and I count it as a dubious honor because I know that the thumbnail was seen by about 10 times as many people as watched the actual video. Thumbnails are not nuanced. They don't give you the same opinion as the video I'm making. They can't give you all the context. It's my only real regret about that situation, alongside the fact that we all seem to be somewhat incapable of nuance from time to time. No matter what, I think I'm putting my point forward as this. I do not want to make negative content about a game generally, but I think that there is a point to it, which is why I want to go ahead and continue to take the approach that I've tried to take for the last few years, which is, this is the problem, what's the solution? So yeah, let's apply that to Destiny. And to Destiny's big problems right now. The franchise, needless to say, is not doing well. Everyone loves to look at player chart numbers, and I mean, the situation with Concord has only revealed why those things can be so important, but I think it's also worth remembering that we are not exactly there yet. And it's worth noting that at this exact moment in time, the current depression in player numbers is going to be particularly pronounced because people are going to be playing things like Black Ops 6 and Space Marine 2, which, spoiler alert, that's coming to the channel in a day or so as well. However, if we want to look at Destiny's major problems overall, I think there are 3 major problems plaguing it at the moment. And those are poor executive leadership, poor player morale due to a perpetual permacrisis feeling within the media narrative of the game, and a lack of a forward-facing narrative chase that shows us that there will be a future for the game. Some of those things can be fixed a lot more easily than others. But let's talk about each of these issues, and then also see if we can find a solution. So, first issue. Poor executive leadership. I'm sure that you have heard this song and dance before, but I think it's no less important to mention it, especially now. When it comes to the poor leadership at Bungie, I think it is important to clarify what I mean. If you are a newcomer, you might not understand the dynamic, because for many of us, we're just gamers, and Bungie, as a studio, is just a homogenous entity. It's a company that is sort of faceless and responsible for all the good and all the bad that happens to Destiny. The reality is that in any studio, you will have a lot of roles that one could class as quote-unquote leadership in one way or another. For example, if you're looking at the sandbox team for Bungie, you've got people like Chris Proctor, who is a senior design lead and is responsible for how our weapons feel and how their perks interact with the game. He has a team that works with him on the sandbox, and he leads them. His work in the game speaks for itself. That is an example of solid leadership. Our guns may be somewhat power-crept, and there may be a problem with that, but I think it would sound undeniably stupid to say that Destiny doesn't have good-feeling weapons, or that the perks don't create some satisfying moments within the gameplay. So again, that is results right there. That is a proof of solid leadership. But he is not the kind of leader we're talking about, though, which is why I want to clarify this at the very beginning. I say now, it is not about leadership within the development side of Bungie, it is poor executive leadership. That is your C-suite team, your CEO, your CFO, etc. This is a group who is internally referred to as the Bungie Leadership Team. This is the C-suite executive group, and for years, we didn't really shave off that group to judge them separately from other developers in the studio. Within Bungie's own internal marketing and even the story of the studio, there was an attempt to propagate this idea that Bungie was a family, and that every level of the studio, from QA all the way up to the executives, was somewhat indivisible from each other. However, that narrative has really started to change, especially in the last few years. It really kicked off, though, around the time of the first round of layoffs back in November of 2023. The actions of the Bungie executive team, the Bungie leadership team, have since that moment received a lot more scrutiny from the community, but the developers at Bungie, the day-to-day people actually working on the game, yeah, the ones who have left the studio in particular, they've been raising the alarm bells about this for quite some time. Clarion calls have been going on about what's wrong with the upper management at Bungie for years now. The complaints so many of us veteran players have heard over the years have been dropped in dozens of different articles throughout the years, and in many cases they seem to cite a repeating pattern. Management at the very top of Bungie is inflexible, unwilling to enact changes that the developers know the community wants, and they refuse to reassign resources to deal with particular pain points. This all makes a lot more sense in the context of what we've learned recently, but let's stay on target for the moment. The more recent round of layoffs back at the end of July also seemed to bring about the implication that the Bungie leadership team is incredibly out of touch. That's an assertion that's been rammed home with the supposed report that inside the leadership team they thought that the latest round of layoffs, quote, went well, as well as the previous note of employees asking if Bungie's executive bonuses and pay might be cut to prevent future layoffs, only to receive a reply of, no, we're not that sort of company. And of course, the critique of the wild spending that some of the executives have undertaken in their lifestyles, even as hundreds of their employees are being laid off. And of course, the most common critique and example of that is the infamous car collection of Bungie's CEO, Pete Parsons. A collection that continued to grow mere days after the first round of layoffs. A collection he was giving private tours to in 2024, when other layoffs would be planned for. Leadership, at least from the perspective from which I speak, and from the perspectives of the developers who've made their voices clear, is seemingly where the lion's share of problems that Bungie faces seem to originate from. And just to take a step back with my own personal feelings, I don't know what the solution here is, but it is clear that it has to be one of resignations or a dramatic change in the approach of the executive team. It appears that in due time, Sony will properly and fully acquire Bungie and will basically just sublimate the studio into their own enterprises, which might relieve Pete Parsons from some of his duties. But again, it's not just about Pete, and I don't know if that is the right call because at the end of the day, I speak from a biased position. I would certainly like to be correct, and regardless of what the correct call is, whether it's for him to step down or for there to be a dramatic change in approach, I think there should be consequences for the failures of what he's done thus far. Regardless of whether that's the case or not, I think it all goes back to the same point. Leadership has always been something that has affected Destiny in a dramatic fashion, and almost always for the worst. And let me be really clear about this. That has the ability to just fade into jargon, right? It could just be something of me sitting there and grinding an axe. But there is actionable experience from players and from reports inside the studio that corroborates this. I mean, to give you just a few examples from player experiences, are you a PvP player who for the last 3, 4, 5 years has been begging for something more to be added to the Crucible and for it to be supported? Well, you can lay that decision at the feet of the Bungie leadership team, who sent a lot of the core PvP team to work on Marathon and left you guys high and dry. Are you, like me, a story fan who was disappointed in Lightfall's story? Well, if word is to be believed and Bungie's leadership did cut the final shape out of Lightfall in order to create an extra year's worth of content from next to nothing, we will have them to thank for that. It's no surprise, really, that we didn't get any explanation about what the Veil was when it had to be saved for Season of the Deep. Again, that's all speculative, but I think it's so close to the truth that if someone did come out to confirm that it's not the case, you'd have some counter-arguments from other prior developers. And on the flip side, more general point of things, for gamers out there who may not have jumped into Destiny at all, are you someone who wanted to play Destiny but realized how aggressive the Eververse monetization was, the fact that the dungeon passes are sold separately, and the fact that we are one of the only full-price paid games in the industry that has the gall to monetize transmog of all things? Your aesthetic, your fashion, alongside a full-paid game? Yeah, I think it's not surprising if you were one of those people who saw that, saw how aggressive it was, and realized that the game wasn't for you. And that's another decision we can probably lay at the feet of Bungie's leadership. You're starting to get the point? Because whilst individual developers and focused teams might make the game and all its different components, the big picture decisions about resource allocation, how the studio is managed, and how products are released, all of those go through leadership in one way or another. Hell, even if they don't actually touch those decisions directly, they run the ship. The expectation is for them to steward the vessel well, for them to steward the franchises under their studio well, and they have not done that. There are some instances where it is blaringly obvious why Destiny has had the problems it's had, and how that pertains to leadership. In other things, you can extrapolate from why that might be the case. Bungie's leadership team has clearly not been doing any of this stewarding successfully, so my first suggestion to fix anything in Destiny has to start with them. As I said before, they either need to be changed out and removed, or they need to have a fundamental shift in their attitude and approach as to be so unrecognizable from their current selves that we genuinely feel as though there is a possibility that we might be able to right this ship. I personally, from my own biased perspective, would be very willing to write off Pete Parsons at this moment. I think that he has not shepherded this franchise or his studio well. I am not going to sit here and pretend like we're going to see that happen anytime soon, though. Very rarely will you actually sit there and see executives face the consequences for their poor management. No, those decisions are heaped upon the shoulders of those lower down, whose jobs are more expendable. From here, though, you get all of the typical stuff that we've seen over the last 10 months, where there are terrible articles about the way that Bungie is, and how layoffs have affected the company, about how some people were at their desks crying, about how some people had moved their entire lives to work for the studio and had then been laid off only a few months later. And from here, all of the other problems stem. And it leads us to the next really big one that I want to touch on, which can generally be summed up with 2 words: bad morale. For every single bad article about Bungie or Destiny that's been released over the years, there is a hidden cost. That cost is expressed in 2 metrics: players who leave and the morale of the players who stay. When a game has a positive buzz about it, as a player, you can tell, you can feel it through social media and with the people that you're playing with, or just simply with the activity in the game. But the same goes for negative sentiment. To put it really simply, if your game community has poor morale, it is going to lead to them not wanting to pick the game up anymore. Destiny has chronic problems with this, it has for years. The layoffs are by far the biggest example of recent instances that have triggered what I would consider a morale collapse. If you've recently seen someone quote tweeting or posting anywhere on social media something about Bungie from a news article headline and then quoting, "It's Jova," then yeah, that's what this looks like. That is low morale. That is a morale collapse. That is people believing the game has no future because the headlines are so bad, because sentiment around the game is terrible, regardless of what the quality of the game is like. And it's worth remembering, if you were to objectively judge Destiny on all of the merits that it has as a game, there's a lot to stack up there that's really good. Even take a look at the final shape. It was critically acclaimed and is judged as one of the best expansions in the history of the game. But that doesn't matter right now, because it's not about whether the game is good or not, it is about perceptions. And Bungie has a massive perception problem. Low morale is also a double-edged sword because not only does it slowly bleed the player base dry as more and more people leave, but it also keeps potential new players away. You remember what it was like when you were all watching Anthem die the death that it did? Do you remember wanting to actually get on and play that game? I think not, and that's because everything about the game was screaming at you to keep away from the damn thing. Some of this sentiment is reinforced by news outlets and content creators, and undoubtedly there are absolutely bad faith actors that drive some of this stuff about games out of proportion for the sake of their own bottom line. But even with the presence of bad faith actors, sometimes the presence of bad morale is unmistakable. Every single headline creates bad perceptions, which means bad morale. And bad morale is only made worse when half of these headlines are created by what I might very generously call unforced errors. Let me give you an example. If a game-breaking bug takes the game offline for a week, that's one thing. It's an honest mistake, the devs work to fix it, everyone's human, it's not the end of the world. But when it's something about the conduct of individuals at the studio for egregious actions ranging from harassment and bigotry to mismanagement and greed, those are not mistakes that people look kindly on. Bungie as a workplace has an incredibly mixed reputation. Outwardly, the studio tries to present itself as a great place to work, boasting talented individuals and an inclusive work environment. News articles tell us that there have been rampant issues within the studio, and they have led to the dismissal of many a Bungie employee. The most recent instance that comes to mind, of course, is that of Christopher Barrett, but there have been many more before, and frankly, the list is long. These are what I would call, and I say this with the note that it omits the terrible amount of pain and suffering that other people have suffered from the actions of these people, unforced errors that arise from people within the company basically just being awful. And sadly, we need to point out the most vacuous part of this, because despite the fact that that real suffering is terrible, it's not that we're actually talking about here. It's the perception we're talking about. Because if that's the buzz around your game and your company the whole time, people are actively going to stay away with it and not engage with the stuff you create. Even when you look at something which is fairly commonplace in the industry, such as greed, many practices that create that sort of atmosphere and miasma around your studio that tells players to stay away is harmful. It's why I had a very easy time recently jumping back into Monster Hunter World with my friends, where there is bare minimum monetization, and the focus is squarely on the content, and all the content updates with the exception of Iceborne, which is a full-blown expansion, were free. This is the effect of that bad perception, and that is how you get bad morale. Those who do stay around within a game that has terrible morale feel the depressing weight of it all. You want to know why so many content creators in the Destiny scene, myself included, feel burnt?
Okay, so it doesn't also keep potential players and fans away. It also keeps potential hires away. Just saying.
Out right now or have just outright left? Look no further than the morale situation, which at least in my opinion arose in part because of unforced errors. Of course, it is bigger than just that. Lightfall, the rounds of layoffs, general incompetence from studio leadership, all of these had their part to play. And it's just added to this general miasma of failure around Destiny and Bungie, something which news headlines now salivate for. But unfortunately, the problem goes even deeper than that, because of course each niche within the game's greater community has its own problems, and the morale of different groups can go up or down to varying degrees. The PvP community has, well, seen very few high morale moments in the last 5 years. There has not been a lot to love. I would say that they have suffered the most, and my friends, who used to really enjoy PvP, they have basically left. Hell, they'd left years ago. They came back for the big expansions and maybe did the seasonal story begrudgingly, but they were not fans of Destiny anymore because the PvP wasn't serving them. But again, PvP is just one example of one niche. I represent part of another niche, which is the lore community. We've had our own few moments of major calamity, such as Lightfall, but for the most part, things have been steady or even in a nice place for the last 5 years or so, except, of course, when the last 2 years are concerned. The reason I bring all of this up is because beyond the greater scope of general community morale, each of these micro-communities within the game individually are all bearing different burdens at different points, and they all needed to be tended to. And in a lot of instances, Bungie's team were well aware of the pain points, but they weren't able to fix them. The example that once again stands out to me is the Crucible community, because everyone who they needed in order to create more PvP content, they had been siphoned off to work on Marathon. So how do we fix this? Well, oh god, the problem is that fixing bad morale within any game's community is a multifaceted project. For general low morale across the entirety of the game, there needs to be some discipline within the upper ranks of the studio, in Bungie's case, although generally, problem actors need to be removed. Remove the rot. I don't care who it is, get them out. Break the old studio culture that might have led to that behavior being allowed to flourish. Beyond this though, the bigger challenge of course is creating content for the game that goes beyond the minimum viable product that players feel like they've been getting with Destiny for a very long time. Not my words either, it's been going on since even before Lightfall. Earning the community's trust and fixing the game on those micro levels within individual smaller communities is a whole task in itself. It represents and presents another issue for Destiny. The way to fix this generally would be communication within the community, to listen to their requests and feedback, and to implement different things that address those concerns or add new reasons for people to play and be delighted. However, this has led to a very simple and repeated phrase from the Bungie team for years, which is, "We're listening." And any Destiny player who has been around here in the endgame and the hardcore community for a long time has gotten very tired of sitting there and hearing those words of "we're listening" without any follow-up showing that we're acting. And we all know whose feet to lay the blame of that at, but at the same time, it doesn't change how we feel, and morale is all about how we feel and perceive things. A long time ago, a lot of us would have solely laid it at the feet of the devs. But now it's clear that a lot of the community requests were actually being heard, but there was no way of them being implemented because of the roadblock that was the executive team and their mismanagement of the studio's various assets. The problem and the solution both arise from the core point that for a live service game in particular, your community is your lifeblood. Without them, you're dead in the water. It's not just your core community playing the game every day either though, it's how you project yourself further out into the general sphere of people who might pick up and play your game. Let me give you an example. Years back, a very uncelebrated thing happened near the beginning of Warframe's life cycle. Players discovered cool movement tech, using a pair of dual melee weapons, which allowed them to move across the map at incredible speed. I remember, I played Warframe back before Destiny even released. I used that tech. It was awesome, it was fun. The weapons weren't even particularly powerful in all builds, but it was great. You had your dual axes and you just flew. Now here's the thing, the developer of Warframe, Digital Extremes, would have been well within their right to patch it out and prevent such movement from being a core part of their game. Instead, they saw that players loved that movement and built upon it to create what Warframe's movement is today. At their best, live studios have moments like this that build player trust and reinforce good player morale. At their worst, they tarnish their own reputations and break the foundations upon which they are built, by removing the reasons players are there in the first place, to have fun and enjoy the game. So that's a really large issue, but thanks to management being around for as long as they have, these issues have existed in one way or another in Destiny for years, be they poor player morale or just poor leadership at the studio generally. But in the wake of the final shape, we have a third problem, an entirely different one that we need to deal with, something that has not happened in the entirety of Destiny's life cycle, even through all the lows, like Curse of Osiris and the Dark Below, and the post-Taken King Great Malaise before the April update, and the time when we were sitting there after Lightfall. Now we have an entirely different problem, and it's this. People don't know what the future of Destiny looks like. So let's start this third problem by asking a question. Why do live service games have roadmaps? Well, it's the promise of future content being released, of course. The idea that your continual investment is going to be rewarded with some great payoff down the road, with more things to do, with more fun to find, with more weapons to chase, with more enemies to defeat, with more stories to experience. For the longest time, Destiny's light and dark saga was building to a final confrontation in the final shape, and frankly, I don't feel ashamed of saying that it was brilliant. There are so many people out there who enjoyed the final shape. It is unquestionably the best expansion released in Destiny to date, and for a few short months morale and sentiment was at an all-time high. Players were satisfied with the state of the game, and a big part of that was because the story of the last 10 years had come to an end. We entered the heart of the Traveler, we reunited with our old friend Cayde, we defeated the Witness, and we saw Crow finally take his place within the Vanguard. We watched those lanterns rise over the last city, and it felt like the full stop at the end of a sentence. A messy and often disjointed one, but a beautiful one nonetheless. But then there comes the inevitable question. What next? For many Destiny players, there is little reason to continue playing narratively, and little reason to continue playing generally. And I wanted to show you some examples of some clips from other community members' content, and it just gives you a little bit more of a demonstration from this. Take a listen to both Datto and Cross.
I know we've had these uncertain times in the past, these kinds of videos, these kinds of updates, but it's a little bit different now that the main story of Destiny is completely wrapped. We have no big horizon to look at, and that there's been 2 rounds of layoffs at Bungie in less than a year. That it's probably time for Bungie to start talking about their plans, and I do expect to hear from them sometime, definitely before the end of the year, ideally the next 2 months, really ideally as soon as humanly possible, about their plans for after episode 3. Like, are we going into episode 4? Are we starting a new era of the game? Like, what are we doing? You know, I literally weep because there are no worlds left to conquer, and that's just gonna happen after so many hours in the game, right? It's my job to play the game and cover the game. Eventually, I'm gonna do all the things.
All-time low. I can't tell you how many times we've put out a weapon review or a guide, and dude, I get a wave of comments from people who are like, what's the point of doing that now? And that's because I really feel like we're in a similar situation to what Marvel found themselves in after Thanos was killed. Spoilers. But I mean, like, after Thanos was killed, did anybody really care about the Avengers? The big bad was defeated. The Witness was defeated. And I remember, like, whenever, you know, the last Avengers movie was over, Endgame was over, it was just like, all right, I'm done. I literally was like, done. And then I remember sat down and watched a Marvel movie, God, since probably Avengers. I feel like we're in a similar situation with the Destiny universe. Even way back in Beyond Light, there was always like that bad that we're working toward. The pyramid ships. Who is this race of enemies that we are approaching? Who is this Witness? And we were working toward that. And now we've kind of just, that's gone, that's done. And I know like the lore implications in the raid were huge, because we found out from that the Witness was not the Winnower. The Winnower even sent us a message. My concern is that things are just, I feel like things are very slow moving right now. And I feel like sentiment is at an all-time low. And I'm just concerned that things are gonna just keep treading lower before Bungie's like, hey, here's our plans for the future. And dare I say, here's our next saga. What's the point of grinding? What's the point of obtaining more powerful gear? And this is where I think story and narrative is important. It gives you that context, that reason for why you should. So sooner rather than later, I think it would be wise if Bungie addressed this and gave us that why. And God dog it, I hope it's a good why. You know, I hope it's a good reason for all of us to continue to reinvest, you know, back in Destiny for the future. Y'all remember when Bungie came out and said, this is what we have coming over the next 3 years? Y'all remember when we got hit with like these screenshot, or this was the poster. This was the main poster that I remember we got hit with. Y'all remember when we got hit with this? And then eventually they added Final Shape. This is when it was like, oh wow, okay, Bungie's cooking. Because it was like, boom, this is what's about to go down. And that made us say as a community, okay, there's a lot more that's going to be happening here, way beyond what we thought.
There's a lot that's touched on both those videos, and I highly recommend that you see both of them. You'll find them linked down below in the description, unless I forget, in which case the comments will be pestering me to put them up, rightly so. But I think the common thread that is picked up by both Datto and Cross is that the story of Destiny for them has just ended. There is nothing left to conquer. There are no villains that need to be defeated. The way that Datto puts this is more about content in his latter note, and about how the game has no more challenge left, but his original statement about the game being wrapped up makes it clear that the game doesn't feel like it has a horizon. And I think Cross makes the point even more succinctly when he talks about how Marvel ended the entire saga of Thanos, and, well, all the interest just kind of dropped off the MCU. We finished our saga, we had our fun, we conquered our big bad in the form of the pyramids, but things are slow moving now, and the game continues, but we've all been here and we've finished our ride, and now some people have gotten off. Now, I think it's really important to also point this out. Credit to the narrative team where it is due. They have teased something even darker on the horizon in the lore, and my own analytics from videos talking about the Winnower, the potential next villain of Destiny, make it clear that there is a degree of interest and excitement around the game. However, after having just finished a 10-year saga, I think Bungie has missed a moment here. Yes, we had our Path Forward video that we got a few months ago, which told us that we'd have episodes and then frontiers. But that's not enough, because when Destiny started, we saw this. A 10-year story. A 10-year saga. That was the sign for me at the very beginning of my Destiny life cycle that it was going to be something I wanted to invest my time in. It was telling me that this will be something I will play for the next decade. And you know what? As I'm recording this, it is September 4th. We are 5 days away from the 10-year anniversary of this game. I have been playing it for 10 years. That promise panned out. For all the bad and the good that happened in between, that one clarion call that this was going to be a saga that lasted for 10 years, that rung true. It was correct. However, after finishing this 10-year saga, I think Bungie has dropped the ball. I think they needed to immediately signpost that we were going to be building towards another saga, or that we would be starting one immediately, so that people knew that they were still going to be able to invest their time in Destiny, so that people knew that there was a future for this game. Because you know what? A big part of the doom and gloom around Destiny is about the question of whether or not it has a future. And if Bungie does not believe it has a future and is being tight-lipped about what happens and is only giving us a one-year roadmap for the future, which includes a lot of stuff that has a lot of question marks about it, then yeah, why are we supposed to invest our time in any of this? For a game like Destiny, an existential goal like this is a part of why players keep playing. Raiders got more powerful to face the next big foe on day one raids, to defeat the next raid boss, to see what villain the story would conjure next. And these villains would be telegraphed in the story for years sometimes, building their presence in the background, giving us an idea of what might happen in the future, something that we would need to face off against one day, a terrible evil that only we could defeat. I think a part of what made the Witch Queen in the final shape, and arguably even Forsaken, so good was the fact that we'd wanted to face off against these main villains for so long, and we got entire expansions devoted to them. Whether it was Uldren Sov, the snarky prince that had always threatened us from the beginning of D1, or whether it was Savathun, one of the greatest villains in Destiny's history, or whether it was the Witness, the big bad of all, the one who caused the collapse and wanted to enact the final shape. Let me tell you, when Witch Queen came along and when Savathun was teased relentlessly for half a decade, only to arrive in fanfare, that was brilliant. And that was something that kept me playing, because I knew we would get a taste of Savathun's story at some point, and I knew that we were going to be involved. But now, even with the Winnower, we have no indication of who our next big villain is going to be. This is not like before. There is no hint that the Cabal Emperor is on the way. There is no writing on the wall that the Black Fleet will arrive soon. There is no cry out into the night for Oryx to hear anymore. There is no warning from Savathun in her moment of defeat that the Witness is on its way. Destiny, narratively, still has massive future events that might pan out, but its major villains all connected to the Witness, and for many people, that means that the plot has just run out of road. Certainly, there are clearly telegraphed events down the road in Destiny's story that a lot of people will be looking at as potential jumping-off points for the plot. The battle to retake the Cabal homeworld and the upcoming return of the Dreadnought clearly stand out. But these alone are not enough to keep people around. Narratively, we need to know that we're going to be working towards the next grand villain that we'll defeat. We need to know that there's going to be another 10-year saga, or at very least another 5-year saga, or at very least a future for Destiny. And this time, Bungie is going to need to do more right than they've done before. Narratively, we need to be directed at the Winnower, and we need to be shown the more direct reasons to hate them, what their agenda is, and how we can arm ourselves against them. So, how do we do that? Well, yeah. I think the answer is pretty obvious. It's Destiny 3. This is something that the community consistently keeps coming back to, and I think unfortunately the answer is Destiny 3 by default. For some, it's a bit of a controversial take because many players want to hold on to the gear that they've earned for the last 7 years in D2, but ultimately, a lot of people now understand that the only way to bring Destiny back to the glory that it once knew in its best times is with a Destiny 3. The Light and Dark saga is done. It's time for the Winnowiz saga to begin. But how do we do that while also keeping existing players narratively focused, giving us a reason to hate the Winnower, and giving new or returning players a chance to jump back in? My honest answer here has to be, I don't know, and anything involving Destiny 3 has to assess the risks of starting with a brand new slate like this, something which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment. But at very least narratively, I think I have an idea for a hook. I don't like generally playing game developer, but I think this is what I would suggest. I think it's time for us to really put the Winnower front and center as a villain. I think our Guardian has to die, and I think the Winnower might be the one that kills us, or at very least, one of its minions might have to be the one that kills us. Destiny's story has had a fantastic tie-in that has been leading towards this major mystery for a very long time. Back in the corridors of time from the Season of Dawn, we discovered our own grave, and atop that grave, we saw an exotic weapon that we didn't have at the time being, a sword known as Ergo Sum. That weapon, as of the final shape, is now in our arsenal. It's a reminder of our victory over the Witness, but it's also a portent of doom, because we now know that we're on a collision course with something that is bound to end us for good. I think our Guardian needs to die, and a new character needs to inherit their power, or perhaps our Guardian needs to be resurrected. Narratively, in particular, I also think that we need a fresh slate that involves something of a time skip, something that allows us to create a clean moment that justifies wiping our loot clean and giving new players a reason to jump into the story without feeling like they've missed anything. My gut tells me that a 300-year time skip in Destiny is something that would actually help the game. It's a radical suggestion for sure, but hear me out. Firstly, we can sit there and justify the Sandbox team taking another crack at things. It gives them a fresh chance to think about what balance looks like in Destiny, what fun looks like in Destiny, and how they can give us similar levels of fantastic power and yet also give us challenge that matches that. It also means they're unrestrained by things they've built up over the last 7 years. If they need to, they can rewrite the rulebook again. Now, as I said before, there are a lot of players, including I'm sure in the comments section of this video, who will find that a terrible suggestion and will be unhappy because they have lost all of the ability to use their weapons in Destiny, and they will have lost the work of the last 7 years in D2. However, I'm pretty sure there's also a number of people out there who at this point think a fresh start is the only thing that can really salvage the game. Secondly, on the narrative front of things, if the Winnower kills us and leaves our power within our grave for a new character to find or claim, or perhaps for us to reclaim upon resurrection, we have an excellent narrative reason to go after our main villain again. Revenge is a simple motivator, but that can also be compounded by the events of 300 years where our nemesis has been left unchallenged. And again, I don't think it necessarily has to be the Winnower directly. Maybe one of its peons, maybe someone who we would kill in the first iteration of this new franchise, as the Winnower remains in the background as the greater villain that we're working to defeat generally over this next saga. Regardless, it gives us the ability to stand there with a new story and with a fresh coat of paint, with a great narrative reason to be invested. You killed me, I'm coming back to get my revenge is an excellent motivator. Thirdly, if the time skip were to accompany our death, we would have a whole new mythology of Destiny to immerse players in. This might give us a chance for that fresh start for everyone. It means we all get to that nice pleasant plateau where you could reasonably say you need no knowledge of Destiny 2's past story except for one major note, which is the Winnower killed you, now you're back. Assuming that's the case, a lot of the big problems with Destiny 2 and how it feels completely impossible to invest in the story would hopefully be something that fades into the background. And the 300-year time skip also gives us something else. A new mythology for players to immerse themselves in when they land in this universe. Some of Destiny's best lore has its beginning in D1's Grimoire cards, where the names of characters like Saint 14 and Oryx and Dredgen Yor and the Ahamkara first got noticed because they implied a greater mystery to the world. Within 300 years, new legends and new mysteries separate from us can arise and can be brought to the forefront. There are also larger changes to the world generally that could be seen with this decision. In 300 years, we might have formed a close enough link to the Elixnian Cabal that players might actually be able to choose to play as Elixni or Cabal Guardians. Yes, far-fetched. Yes, not confirmed in the lore. Yes, speculative, but would it really be impossible to throw that out there? Additionally, we might have discovered new enemies to face, enemies that would present their own stories and their own avenues for novelty. If you've been craving a new enemy combatant faction to fight, and the Dread was something that served you up a little bit of freshness in Destiny, my hope would be that a Destiny 3 could bring that. This isn't even to speak on how some characters might have been impacted by a time skip. We might get to see an older and wiser Empress Keitel in the later years of her rule, under a Cabal that is resurgent. The role of Ikora and Zavala and Crow might have been changed entirely as humanity finds its feet and perhaps integrates more closely with Neomuna's administration on Neptune. Humanity at large might have whole new colonies established for us to explore. And of course, there might have been further calamities that we might have had to face. What is the state of Earth within 300 years? Would we even live there anymore? These are important questions, and they can be given novel answers. And then of course, there's the prospect of characters that fascinatingly might stay the same in spite of the presence of time. The Winnower of course might be a key part of that, but one also has to consider the Vex, Savathun the Witch Queen, and of course, Mara Sov. What's more is that narratively, we can start with a new premise to this new age. We've lived through 2 collapses, a Dark Age, a City Age, and a Golden Age as humanity generally within Destiny's canon. So perhaps at the other end of this 300-year time skip, our return signals a new age of heroes, an age where Guardians are returning after having been mostly forgotten for the longest time. And perhaps this means that we can see a story where the Traveler is yet again imperiled, and we can focus on some of those big story questions about the light and the dark that we haven't necessarily seen the final shape answer completely, especially now that after 300 years, the Traveler would be a changed god that is no longer familiar to us, an entity of both light and dark. That is my ideal Destiny 3 scenario. It's my solution to the narrative break that we now face at the end of the 10-year saga. But of course, I can hear people typing in the comments already, and is it realistic? Well, no, probably not. Let's talk about risks. Development for Destiny 2 needs to continue because currently, for Bungie, Destiny is the only thing that is making it any money. Creating a Destiny 3 invites an enormous risk, because it basically means that most development on D2, as it currently is, has to cease. And all of that would be done in the name of a live service game launch, which, oh goodness, for those of you who somehow don't know, who have been in this space, live service games tend to not launch that well. I don't remember even a single one that has launched flawlessly that has also gotten mass market reception and acclaim. Yeah, this is going to be a bad one no matter what happens. Maybe Bungie will have learned after having 10 years of being in the industry and having market leadership experience, but the likelihood is there will be something that goes wrong. With Destiny 2, it was the XP throttling controversies and the realization that the game lacked the depth that Destiny 1 used to have in spades. This, combined with the absolutely abominable launch of Curse of Osiris, would leave the game struggling in its infancy. With Anthem, it was a chronic lack of content and an outright refusal by BioWare to listen to fans and improve the game's core systems that should have been more rewarding. Not to mention the failure to implement other practices that were commonplace within the looter space that would have made their game feel better and would have just been common sense. With Warframe, it was a slow start until it was eventually buoyed by exposure granted to it by reviewers and content creators as its promise as a game began to get realized. Digital Extremes in documentaries has stated how slowly Warframe started. It was a gamble, and it would take a long time for this project to actually become something that they hoped it would one day be. This is part of the reason why Warframe has taken 10 years to build. They built their success on a long, hard path to victory, but it was also a very risky one, and could have failed very near the beginning, because honestly, there were probably many scary moments inside that office. And let's not talk about more recent iterations of live services. I don't intend to make a butt out of any jokes like Concord or Suicide Squad, because ultimately developers are losing their jobs or have already lost their jobs on those projects. But I think just mentioning their names, yeah, it means you get the picture. Destiny, I think, partially stood the test of time and was forgiven for its missteps because players knew that there was the promise of a 10-year journey. But this next time around, players might not be so forgiving. They might not be willing to give as many second chances to Bungie when the looter market is filled with really strong competition and when players are already at the end of their tether. But, in my mind, this is the only reasonable path forward for Destiny's narrative, and honestly, for the game generally. The game is in a sorry state, and I am an optimist, and I don't believe that it is over. But I have to assess reality. And I have to sit there and I have to acknowledge that regardless of how good the game is doing right now, because of the way that Bungie is, its future is questionable. The game needs new leadership. The game needs a new, fresh place to start. The community needs reasons to hope. The community needs a boost in morale. And the game generally needs new blood and new players in order to make it work. These issues have all combined to create something of a near insurmountable task for Bungie. It is entirely possible for them to chart those waters, and I think that the developers that are working on Destiny, being as talented as they are capable of doing that. But unfortunately, I am not talking about the whole of Bungie when I say the developers, because the developers are being stymied by poor leadership, a perpetual bad news cycle for the game, poor player morale that's continuing to tick downwards, and a story cliffhanger that let people walk away from the game without a reason to stick around and care about what happened next. Destiny has seen the equivalent of its Lich King expansion. Arthas has died, but there is no expansion on the horizon to save us. In my opinion, Bungie needs to build that next big thing as quickly as possible. More importantly, they need to confirm to us that they are building it. Ideally, yesterday. If not, I fear that things will only continue to get worse and worse for Bungie, and of course, for Destiny. But as I also said, we just don't know what the future looks like yet. I always live in a little bit of hope, because not living with a little bit of hope means that, ultimately, what are you here to do? Just sit in a space where you just hate something? But I also believe that we need to be able to sit there and offer solutions and critique and call something bad when it genuinely is bad. The situation right now isn't just bad, it's pretty terrible. There is a way back, but Bungie needs to actively choose to take that path. And even though I'm sure the developers that work there and slave away on our game day by day, who are absolutely devoted to their craft and who believe in the promise of what they're making, even though I think they have the gumption, I don't think leadership does. That's the thing that worries me. So those are the problems that ail Destiny, and those are what I think the solutions are. Hopefully you agree, and hopefully the video was at very least helpful. One last little thing, and I'm sure I'll get some flack for saying this, I don't care. If you actually take a look at Destiny right now, and you separate the narrative that's going around currently, the bad morale, the miasma of bad everything that's going on, at very least in my realm of the game, to do with the narrative and the story, there's some really impressive stuff going on. The exotic mission might be some of the only stuff we have to chow down on in this third act. They are doing good things with that exotic mission and with the narrative and the story. They are telling things that have terrifying principles and dropping lore beats that wind together what I think is genuinely the first decent Vex story that we've had in the game. There is lore stuff that leads us to interesting places. I think genuinely, it's not bad. It's actually pretty good. If I was ranking this against other seasons, I'd put it fairly high. That's not how players are going to remember this section of Destiny. They're going to remember this part of Destiny's timeline Not because of any enjoyable story, but instead because of the terrible moments where people got laid off, and where the game's player count plummeted, and where the game just seemed to get worse and worse from a perception side of things. I guess what I'm trying to say is, the proof is in the pudding. Yes, everything that's surrounding Destiny is bad, and the situation is genuinely terrible. The actual game itself is actually doing some pretty cool things right now. It's just not allowed to breathe under the miasma of everything that's going on. That's not universally the case. I certainly am not talking for the PvP crowd. I certainly am not talking for the endgame crowd. I'm certainly not talking for people who used to raid in Destiny on the regular to try and get weapon rolls, and who now just don't. I'm not talking for any of those people. I'm talking for my own part of the game. But at the very least, I can sit there and say, I at very least know that there's a good game buried under all this crap. I just really hope that we can solve these pressing issues for Destiny so that everyone else can experience that. Anyway, thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, go ahead and leave a like and leave your own thoughts down below in the comments. Also do note, as I've said before, I am expanding out into other games. At some point later this week I'll be doing content on Space Marine 2, and there are other things planned for the future. I talked about Dragon Age Veilguard on Twitter, and covering the lore of that series generally. I want to do this with a multitude of games. If there are stories out there worth telling, I want to tell them. So, if you're interested in any of that, go ahead, stick around, and subscribe. But, in the meantime, know that your viewership as always has been quite enough for me, and that my name is Bife. Rodacia ad Astra. I'll see you, Starside.
Yo.
Hey, brother.
How's it going, gamers?
We're debating if we're gonna do PvP.
I'm down with that, man.
Sick.
Yeah. We're gonna try the PvP right now, guys. See how that goes. I'm really curious how the pairing works there.
Here we go. Okay, we shall attempt PvP, brothers. Let's see how this goes.
It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, and apparently we have to re-level all our stuff in PvP.
Hey, there's actually people. Yay!
Really?
Oh my, yeah, was not thrilled about that.
So none of your PvE stuff carries over here?
Apparently not.
Oh.
Because they de-leveled my bulwark.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, not too thrilled about that.
Because it's a lot of grind time.
It is. It is.
Chat, Eggplant Bet, will we win our first PvP game of Space Marine 2? Do it.
I'm right above the. Oh, here we go.
Battle has turned in our favor.
Ooh, iron.
Watch out for the slam.
I'm heading down the zone. I haven't checked it.
Oh, you die fast.
You do?
Yeah, you do.
Really? Whoa.
Warrior.
Oh, wow, yeah, you do die very quickly. If that's the case, then maybe I'll go range really well.
Reloading.
Okay, they're kind of getting dunked on right now.
Wow, imagine being trash.
Interesting.
I got one on me.
Wow, yeah. Time to kill pretty fast.
Oh, it's actually a number of them there.
Objective locus updated.
Good team, let's cross, let's go. Look at this dude.
Are there finishers or no?
That was a one-hit kill, dude. He's.
Oh, I see. Guy trying to snipe from up top.
Double kill. Our allies are halfway done.
This is very.
Avenge our fallen brother.
Yoink. not very good at pushing the objective.
Well, the sniper dude's just chilling on the edges.
Yeah, he's getting a whole lot of points out there, isn't he? Huge.
Very nice.
Huge. Oh, hello.
I got shots on him, Paul, and he's like,
Yeah, I'm just dodging him. There's nothing he can do.
The arch enemy has defiled the objective.
Okay, changing lanes.
Throwing grenade! The objective. Fatality.
Like that.
Let's go, baby. The PvP feels pretty good, guys.
Emperor, guide our fallen brother.
What gun that guy got? I like that guy's armor.
we win.
Very
Well, that
nice,
was
man.
Interesting.
GG's.
Across with 13 kills.
Dude.
Slaying out.
The jetpack is really, really good. Get the aerial, go for the slam, easy cleanups.
Is it a one-shot kill?
It didn't one-shot kill, but like you'll slam them and it does like a stun, and so you can immediately melee right afterward, and then they're dead.
Got it.
Very, very fast. Hunter shatter dive, exactly.
Oh god.
You level PvP separately? Yeah, you do. Which I don't know how I feel about, guys, because I feel like it'd be nice to do those things together. You know what I mean? Because I actually prefer the overlap. You have to level twice? Yes. PvP and PvE are separate. It's literally two separate games. For Destiny players that have been asking for that for years, here you go. You got your wish.
The objective.
Oh, good wall hacks, good wall hacks.
Huge.
The arch enemy has defiled the objective.
Man, the Iron Halo comes back really quick.
I got it, the camper.
You hit him with the old combat knife, huh?
The arch enemy has defiled the objective.
I want to get the multi-melter in PvP. That's what I want.
Okay.
Iron Halo online.
Commencing Allspace scan.
Commencing reload. Fresh supplies.
Ooh, I'm taking a lot of heat here.
Here's the strat. If you see an assault guy go up into the air with a jetpack, you just start spamming spacebar.
Our allies are halfway done.
What do you spam at the jetpack guy?
Just dodge. Like you just roll away
Oh,
repeatedly.
yeah.
I just keep rolling away.
Because
and
it locks
short
them.
Yeah, they short the land.
The arch enemy has defiled the objective. Replenishing fire. The arch enemy has defiled the objective.
Get grenaded, nerd.
Oh, he went in biz. Nah, that was nice.
The arch enemy has defiled the objective.
Whoa! Oh man, one hit melee.
The arch enemy has defiled the objective.
Hey, can you pick up the
Dang.
names of people that you kill?
I'm not
Like,
sure.
can I pick up a sniper off the sniper? Cross, I come to you because you're supposed to know these things.
if you wish to pick it up, yeah.
Weak guy on the back of the territory right now.
This is Imperial territory.
Finding the Vanguard to be like really good at trading.
There's a guy just sitting in the back of the sniper playing love games.
The traitors attack our terrain.
Get him, Cross.
Get him,
This is Imperial territory.
brother. Yeah. I'm finding heavy to be quite good for control.
I thought you said it was good.
Yeah, I'm finding it to be quite good for control.
Oh, I thought, okay. Yeah, I knew that.
you get it, TV?
I thought you said I'm not playing.
I am playing the objective. What are you talking about, chat? This is how you play the objective. You push the enemy off the objective.
Well, I love the title of like oh, you know, your whiskey versus my whiskey or whatever it was. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool.
It's probably gonna have to be my last one here, guys.
And no problem, buddy.
How are y'all feeling about PvP?
PvE's better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the PvE is definitely where.
But I'll still give it a try. I'll still keep playing this.
Yeah, I'll give it at least another game here.
All right, I'm gonna try another class this time. You guys can try Assault if y'all want. It's really fun.
One snipey boy.
We'll see how it goes down. Okay, that guy died way too quick for me.
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Okay, this is nasty. It was like
you
a one-hit
go
kill,
for
dude.
people. Yeah, it's pretty fire. No, thank you.
Oh my gosh, this is too easy.
Yeah.
This isn't even fair, dude. Do you see the game chat? Yo, Astacross,
No.
Red Destiny 2, it says.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's really funny. No, no, no. Ayo. Oh, hi. What's up, buddy? Okay, sniper's pretty fun.
Are y'all both playing sniper?
The traitors attack our
Oh,
terrain.
I just got shredded, dude.
Objective locus updated.
God dog it.
The arch enemy has defiled the objective.
Oh, man.
Nice, thanks for the backup.
Yeah,
The traitors attack our terrain.
We got it.
This is MP. Objective locus updated.
Oh, I see you, Cross.
I'm hurting.
The traitors attack our terrain.
Yeah, I feel like I was fragging out the initial volley, and then now it's a little
Yeah,
bit
it's getting
slower
pretty
going.
close, yeah.
Oh, teammate, we gotta get in there. Quit being such a coward, bro. Oh my
We
god.
lost the advantage. The traitors attack our terrain.
Their sniper's weak.
This is
Nice.
Imperial.
I got the OBJ.
The time.
Well, this is the longest match we've had so
The
far.
arch enemy has defiled the objective.
Oh, dude, one of them was just sitting in the back going in. Definitely gotta hold that next cap zone.
Oh, there's like 4 coming up this backside here.
Damn, yeah, sniper is really like a glass cannon type guy.
The arch enemy has
I'm
defiled
getting some
the
good shots,
objective.
but if you get touched,
There's 3 on my bot. There's 3 on the zone. 3 in the zone.
because you're an elitist scumbag, though.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I see that in the feed.
Get cooked.
This is Imperial territory.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
The sniping.
The arch enemy has defiled the objective.
Oh, that's underneath. That's okay.
Damn.
Very nice. That should be done. Good stuff.
The arch enemy has defiled the objective.
3 seconds left, boys.
The traitors attack our terrain.
We're good to go.
GG's, guys.
Huge.
You know, I was kind of expecting like a longer time to kill, but after playing a few games, like I get it, and I kind of like it. Yeah, I kind of like it. I just don't like that there's a separation between leveling and PvE to PvP.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I was hoping for some good overlap there. Well, GG's, guys. I've got to bounce out of here right now, but y'all just let me know if you guys are gonna be hitting it some more, okay?
I'm around, man. Hit me up for operations anytime.
For sure.
Big same.
For sure. Y'all have a good one,
Later,
fellas.
gentlemen.
Later, guys.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Hi there, everybody. Hi, Philoroni. I put your name on the board already. I saw you were here. You're here. You're a regular. So I thought I'd say hi this time. Hope everybody is doing well. We're at about 95. I went live a little bit early. Got to turn it on the tunes. Forgot. I really like having the tunes, but yet again, I got a monetization flag for who knows what. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I've already covered. Nothing really changed with that story. Gnostic. So I mean, like, nothing really changed. I don't really feel like that changes anything. The free games trailer. I'm doing well, Harry, and I see you, Element Zombie, over on Twitch also. You were jamming to that? I mean, I can turn it back on. This is Harris Heller, Stream Beats. Yeah, it got flagged for some reason last stream. I don't know what to do. So I was just like, oh, great. Another silly thing to worry about. Last stream did quite well. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Owen, I hope you're well also. Good to see everybody. I have not started playing Astrobot. I was still playing... I'm playing 2 games right now. I am on Chapter 3 of Black Myth Wukong. I just defeated the electricity lady. And I met the little boar guy. I don't know. Having a lot of fun with Black Myth still. And I have been playing Space Marine 2. And yeah. Yeah, world renowned. I don't know. Apparently, my words being misrepresented is a regular occurrence, which is why it's probably in my best interest just not say stuff sometimes. I don't know. It's really annoying. I think you hit this point when you're streaming, like you have enough eyeballs on you or whatever. And like, I'm not a huge streamer, but yeah, people just start doing that. It's just part of the biz, so to speak. Misleading title. I would disagree. I do think we are seeing a lot of realignment, so to speak, for the games industry, period. And that's why the title of the stream is. But we have a lot of news to talk about today. We're going to be talking about Xbox Wire. Yeah, 100% Yoda. People on Twitter are incentivized to anger farm. I've talked about it many, many times, and it doesn't matter where you stand on anything. Twitter is designed to anger farm people, so they will take anything that they see, they'll cut it in a way that makes the most people mad, and then they'll put it on there, and then they get paid. So like, there's not really a lot of winning for anybody who's trying to have a balanced conversation about any topic, right? Yeah, a lot of people are leaving Twitter. A lot of people are like, wait a minute, I'm mad on here all the time. I'm out, you know? And I'm not going to leave Twitter. I'm not going to be that crazy or anything like that. But I did try Blue Sky, and like, I have no following over there. If you're on Blue Sky, it's Destin Legary. And oh man, the vibe is so different. It's just chill. Nobody's sensational. There's no like incentive for anger farming yet. I think it'll get there, but something definitely shifted when the monetization came in. Hey, Basil, thanks for subscribing. Blue Sky it's basically another social media platform that like 1/100th of the people are on. Threads is really chill, but Threads is really quiet also. Gnostic Mafia Definitive Edition is really, really good. I'm glad you're playing it. I played through a couple hours of it. My job makes it where I have to play like a few hours of a lot of games. It's like the first 2 hours usually, and then I have to do it like 5 times, and then sometimes I don't want to go back to it. But Mafia Definitive Edition was one of those where I played like an hour and I'm like, yeah, this is good, and then I never came back to it. Super glad to see that it is on Game Pass. Yeah, that's kind of the intro portion. I don't want to dilly-dally all day. We got some cool news to talk about. I got to kill the music though, so if you were a music enjoyer, we got to drop it out now. And you got casual Destin today. Nothing too dramatic. Concord is gone. Concord was like, what'd they give it, 12 days? Yeah, they gave it like 12 days, and then they just shut it down. And that was that for Concord. We're getting a bit more of an audience over on Twitch. I am seeing regulars over on there. Thank you, WTR Cell. I don't think there's any co-stream limitations anymore with Twitch and YouTube. YouTube is still where the most audience members are. And yeah, Kelly says Concord should have been free to play. Absolutely. Of course it should have been. I think it would have had a chance if it were free to play. Element Zombie says, that sucks. I really liked it. Concord was good. I don't know that I totally agree with that, but I'm glad you liked it, right? Like if you were one of the people having a good time with Concord, that's fine. The problem is it just didn't appeal to the mass market. And I think a lot of people put that at the feet of just uninteresting writing and characters that are like visually uninteresting, for the nicest way I could possibly put it, right? I do agree that the shooting felt pretty good, movement felt slow, so it's sort of all over the board. I am glad to hear Element Zero liked it though. Just for Kicks with $2. Bam, your opinion matters. Thanks for all you do. I really do appreciate that, Just for Kicks. Apparently some people out there want to misconstrue my words, and that is unfortunate. It's really, really unfortunate that people want to do that, as somebody pointed out earlier in chat. Thank you so much, Just for Kicks. You get on the board. Just for boom. Yeah, and that sort of stuff, it's when it's on Twitter and it's people you don't know, it's fine, but when it's somebody you know, that hurts. It's just like, oh, okay. Anyway, let's move on from that, because Xbox has some news going on right now. Alma, good to see you. That is the internet, Destin. They don't matter. You would think. Anyway, Asian games in the spotlight. I have this weird issue where my second monitor, it just straight up turns off. I think the graphic card is dying. Anyway, Asian games in the spotlight. The Xbox broadcast returns to TGS 2024. We're going to get to the headline of the stream, but I wanted to cover off on the Xbox and PlayStation news about TGS because it took a few days off and we missed a lot of important stuff. So Xbox is coming back to TGS. Here's what they say in the blog post. I haven't read this yet. The Xbox Tokyo Game Show 2024 broadcast returns on Thursday, September 26th. We warmly welcome players around the world to tune in as we share content from Xbox Game Studios, Activision Blizzard Entertainment, and Bethesda. We'll also showcase an exciting lineup of games from third-party partners primarily based in Japan and across Asia, including games coming to Xbox Game Pass. This year's broadcast will be available on Tokyo Game Show's official YouTube channel. They have a YouTube? Let's check that out. Oh yeah, look at that. So Xbox is going to be here, and a month ago, can anybody read Japanese? I cannot read Japanese. What does this, what's this say? TGS 2024 something something. Anyway. Traditional Chinese, Malay, Thai. Whoa, what? This year's broadcast will be available on Tokyo Game Show's official YouTube channel, as well as Xbox social channels in Japanese, English, Korean, simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, Malay, Thai. So my wife's Thai, right? I never see the option for the Thai language translation. So I'm actually kind of surprised to see that Thai is available as an option. Yeah, Swati Cup. That's right, Wood Pit. That's great, honestly, to see. They're doing a lot of languages. Your wife is also Thai. Sweaty Cup. That's cool. That's about all I know. And I know Zune is 0. What else do I know from Thai? How do you say the one thing she taught me for the kids? Chongsi Fa, the gray elephant. Chongsi Fa is the blue elephant, and Chongsi Tao is gray elephant. Anyway, Thailand's great. Thailand is a very fun place to go visit. We usually just go for family stuff. Not really. Like, I'm old now. I don't do a whole lot of partying. Anyway, let's get back to the story. I just thought it was cool they had Thai because I never see that. Awesome. French Canadian. It's basically the same. German, Arabic, Filipino, Hindi, Italian, Mori, Polish, Brazilian Portuguese, Castilian Spanish, Mexican Spanish, and Turkish. They're also doing sign language. That is crazy. That's crazy. Like, I can't believe that they're translating to that many languages. Either the monitor's dying or the graphics card's dying. Let me know what you think it is in chat. So all the sign language, it's a full list of where you can watch the broadcast will be available the week of the show. Every year, Xbox's Tokyo Game Show logo is redesigned to showcase a unique Japan-inspired theme. This year, the iconic Xbox Nexus, a Japanese player, and a lucky black cat have been paired together and given a sci-fi look. We hope that this year's Xbox theme brings players around the world good luck and great joy in their gaming pursuits. We can't wait to bring our Tokyo Game Show 2024 broadcast to players from Japan, across Asia, and the world, and to celebrate the amazing games that creators are building for Xbox consoles. The Black Cat, I assume they mean the one that does this. I was told, I do speak a little bit of French, but like not fluently. I just know words here and there. Anyway, the Black Cat, that like this thing, I heard that was like a thing where they went to pet the cat and it saved them from an arrow and it was considered a good luck charm ever since then. I don't know if that's true. That was just my thing. So Xbox going to Japan. I did swap. I'll try the cables too. I do appreciate the tips, but it has been an odd issue that I've been dealing with. And then we got the logo here. It is the I think they said it was a lady with the cat. That's cool. I like this year's. I think it's better than last year. I think last year's was nice, but it just felt a little bit busy, for lack of a better term. Could be the display driver. I've already done all that. I'll worry about it later, but it's been getting worse. So to me, that indicates a graphics card or a like a loose power cable somewhere. I have to go through all the cables and everything, but yeah. Hertz switching randomly, that would be weird. It's 144 hertz monitor. Like, I don't know why it would just randomly be switching on a page. Just a reminder, Genki Japan also said they're going to have content from Xbox Game Studios, Activision, Blizzard Entertainment, and Bethesda. Line up with third-party games from Japan and Asia. Hopefully it's something cool, including games coming to Xbox Game Pass. I am really excited about Final Fantasy 16 coming to PC. I know that might sound stupid to a lot of you, but I played the demo's available right now. You can just play Final Fantasy 16 on Steam right now for nothing, and then if you want to buy the game, you can actually just pick it up and continue from there. So I've played that. I know it's not like the best optimized or anything like that. I've actually been asked to do a settings video for the Final Fantasy 16 PC release, but I'm stoked. I'm like really excited to play Final Fantasy 16 on Steam. Like, and you know, PlayStation has this whole exclusivity window thing. I do wonder what that's going to look like. The big question, you know what, let's hop over to, we were going to talk about the PlayStation 5, but I guess we should, I made the whole video about like what happened with Concord, right? But I do wonder if Concord being shut down this quickly after launch is going to make them reconsider their strategy in terms of what they're doing. Yeah, Square has also said, like, we're going to start putting games on Xbox. I do wonder if by third parties, they mean like Square is going to be like, here's full slate. Like, we're bringing everything over to Xbox finally after all these years, and we're done with that nonsense. Square Enix hasn't been doing great. Like, they've had a lot of issues with the issue, honestly, is their expectations for what games are going to sell versus what actually happens with their products. But yeah. It's a little crazy. I'm going to pause just for a second, and I just got to ask you all something random. I've been really thinking about changing the layout of my office a lot lately. Do you guys like my set? I know that's sort of a weird question. Do y'all like my set? I know that's sort of a weird question, but I'm starting to be like, is the logo kind of pretentious? Or is that like a branding thing? Like, should I just have... Like, maybe I should have them make a new logo where it's just the ship flying around or something a little bit more generic as opposed to like the spinning D. It looks like a small room. It's an office, and I just have it sort of like, it's kind of clean right now. I can actually zoom out real quick. Like, this is the whole space, really. So from here forward, it's about it's on brand. It's about 2 feet. I have 2 chairs here, and they're set at like an angle. So one's like facing towards me and one's facing towards the television. So if I want to chill and game, I got the fish stuff is sort of on the top of the shelf, so you can't really see it. And then I got a lamp up here. Like, I had the guys come in and install a light switch up there so that I could plug in the backlight, which is what's it called? The hair light or the rim light. Anyway, I do kind of like it. Oh, and my plant. Somebody called this out. I moved it. But this used to be here for like set dressing and stuff like that. I think I'm going to change it a little bit. I kind of like the shelf and TV. I guess mainly, I think I just need to, I think the shelf's too busy. I think like the helmet and the hammer are fine, but like the shelf below that, it just seems like I'm using it for storage. Anyway. I'm a little bit all over the place in terms of what I'm thinking about these days. I think the logo is too pretentious. I think it comes off like I'm Destin, and just a reminder, I'm Destin logo back there. Oh yeah, and another thing, we had to have like, it's called a mini split installed, because if I do not, I just leave it on. I've left it on basically since it was installed, because this room, if I turn that off for like an hour, this room is 900 degrees. The PS5 is on.
Hey, inoculating. How's it going?
You can put it in the standby. Good call out, by the way. Thank you. And thank you to just for the
You blend
the
it with
games
grass.
for the $2 tip earlier. I do appreciate it. The pillow, yeah. Also, the pillow seems a little redundant. So yeah. I don't know. Like, the pillow is literally just there because I didn't like the chair, just sort of by itself. But yeah, I thought about this set. You remember when I was doing the YouTube videos, I just thought I like had the shelf and I sort of thought about it and I landed on something I like. But now for IGN work, I have like this TV. It annoys the crap out of me because I don't have anywhere to put it. I've like shoved it behind the chairs just so it's out of the way. But every time I do that, I end up with a video where I need to test out 120 hertz or something. I'm going to get back to the show in just a second. All right. So thumbs up on the pillow. Thumbs up on the pillow, huh? And this is just a table that somebody left by the... Here's how cheap I am. This table in San Francisco, when we still lived there, was left by the side of the road by somebody. And I picked it up and now I use it for all the consoles. I have the Switch over there, the Steam Deck.
That's the best thing about living in like San Francisco or the Bay Area. There's like so many rich people who live there, so sometimes they'll just like leave like really nice furniture out on the road and you can pick it up for free. Or like other stuff like barely used TVs sometimes.
I don't use the Steam Deck very much because like I work out of the house.
I picked up a few things myself when I used to live there.
If I do a poll,
Not anything amazing though.
Everyone's gonna say like change everything and do the hardest thing possible. People don't actually have your best interest in mind usually when you do a poll. They just kind of want to mess with you. So yeah. Yeah, I actually had 3 TVs at one point, but one failed. It was such a nice TV. It was another Samsung, but it like failed or something, and I just brought it back to the IGN offices because I'm like, I don't want this. Like, I can't do anything with this. The light behind me on the shelf, the LEDs, the light behind you on the shelf, the one on top of the shelf for the hair. You see this like this right here on my hair? This creates separation between me and the background. It's like 3-point lighting. It's pretty standard. So I have wait. This is my main light, and actually I bounce it off the wall because if I point
See,
it
this
myself,
is why I don't stream.
that's too
This is why I don't
much,
have a
and then
face
that's
cam
the
anymore.
fill light, which
I have
is
to
behind
worry
the
about
wires. What I
3-point
do
lighting.
is I just tilt this and bounce it off
With
the wall.
no
Anyway,
face cam, I can just
see
like
people who
I
do
can
this
literally
much
be
better.
naked right now. You
And
guys
all right,
wouldn't know.
spoiler warning, I'm wearing shorts, so be right back in 2 seconds. This is actually sort of like what I was going for when I when I started it, but as you can see, it's a little like, I'll just turn up the f-stop real quick. It's a little bit too much. Like, it seems, I don't know. So yeah, it's like too moody, right? So I don't know. I could use this. Actually, this doesn't look that bad. I turned the frame rate on not the frame rate, the shutter to 1/30th on the camera. I don't know about that. You like this? All right, we'll do this for this episode, everybody. All right. All right, everybody. So it's time to get really serious for a second and bring the mood down. We have an important update about Concord. Concord, no longer in service. This is very important, everybody. What is going on? This is written by Ryan
I bet
Ellis.
Concord is making so
And he
many
says, Concord fans,
content
we've
creators
been listening
like
closely
so much
to your
money.
feedback since the launch of Concord on PlayStation 5 and PC, and want to thank everyone who has joined the journey aboard the North Star. Your support and the passionate community that has grown around the game has meant the world to us. However, we're shutting down the game effective immediately and offering refunds to everybody. Sorry, I'll stop. I'll stop with the voice, but yeah. I'm surprised you like this. See, I think this
more
is
money
too much,
and
and now you
provided
can't
more
even see the
entertainment
pillow
than
or
the
anything.
game itself.
I do have one other light I could turn on
pretty
so that
sad.
the pillow is lit appropriately. The whole Concord situation is nuts. I have never seen a game go live for 12 days and then shut down. Yeah, and the fallout has been pretty nuts to watch. I don't care who you are, but if you work on something for 8 years and then it's live for 12 days and everybody like hates it, I would say for the most part, it's been a ton of negativity around the game. And worse, there's just general apathy towards Concord, right? And there's that one thread from the artist who's just like talking about it. I won't get too much into that, but long story short, it's brutal. It's and you can see it just from the reaction. Like a lot of them are just like, we're done. It's really unfortunate. And that's rough. But I've said it many times. Like, I'm not going to lie about the game. I think the game was slow. It felt slow to play and it looked slow to play. I think when you played it, it was like a little bit better, but when you got into high level matches, it kind of fell apart for me. Not high level, but like more difficult. If you're a bad team and you're facing off a good team, I think like that happened. Can we talk about Concord for an hour like we did last time? I think I've said everything I need to say about Concord. It's done. I hope, my hope is that Sony utilizes this opportunity to take a look at Fair Games and figure out what the plan is there. Because this was their first big live service bet. I don't count Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 doesn't count. They didn't touch that game. They didn't have anything to do with that game. Somebody else did. I did not buy a physical copy of Concord. No, I did not. I think Fair Games is... Josh Hamrick is a super nice dude, and so is John Wisniewski. I interviewed him about Destiny PvP back in the day. And, you know, there's other people there. They're all nice people, but something happened with the feedback loops at the company where nobody gave them feedback about just how the game was going to be received, or at least that's my interpretation of like what happened. Because I don't know, dude. You turn on the game, you look at the characters, people don't like the character designs. You listen to the story, people don't really like the story. And I'm just like, even if you just go to the story level, I could have watched the first 4 weeks of cutscenes and been like, I don't really understand what you're going for here. Right? Oh, Zoya, you wanted me to talk an hour. See, I think Concord, and this is the last thing I'll say about it, and then we'll move on. I think it's a fascinating look at what is happening in the games industry when you're just throwing something at the wall to see if it'll stick. And it didn't stick profoundly, terribly well. And then it comes out right at this time when Astrobot comes out and everybody loves it. Like I haven't seen anybody say like, oh, Astrobot is a huge miss or Astrobot doesn't work. And it's just like, Sony,
is Astrobot even
you're
released
known
yet?
for making games like Astrobot or
What
Last
the fuck
of
is
Us or
Astrobot?
the Spider-Man
I've never heard of it
games.
before.
You're not known for making games like Concord. What are you doing? Nintendo, like, has a lane, right? Their lane is Zelda, it's Metroid, it's Pikmin, it's these like industry defining games that are amazing. And PlayStation is just like, well, we need new IP. And they're talking about, or Sony generally had that quote out last week where they're like, we need new IP, we need new things like that. And I'm like, guys, like, you have lots of wells that you could dip into and you just don't. You just don't. You have Killzone that you could do so much with. And people want that so bad that there's this new small indie game coming out that are like, hey, we love games like Killzone. We're not getting games like that. We're just going to make it. And I think we're going to see more of that. We're going to see more small studios say, I want a game like
that's
this,
kind of like
and
the
they're going to make
case
it because it's getting easier to make
with me
games.
and Destiny. Like,
for the
why
smaller
play
studios,
Destiny
like
when you can just make
Black
Destiny?
Myth being made in China and
Or like a
everything.
better
I don't know
version.
what their development process was like. We're going to read an article about that in a second. But They started as a very small team. It was like a team of 14.
Sure,
they
it'll
scale
take
up to
time,
140, and they made
I have time.
Black
I'm
Myth in
31.
like 5-6 years. So China, who is, I don't want to say anything about make any assumptions about the working conditions at the Black Myth Wukong studio, but they put that game out in like 6 years. And Concord took 8 years, right? So there's going to be an interesting competition at play here where China is just going to get in on this as much as they can. And America, I'm a little worried about how their pipelines are set up right now. And that's why I said in the Black Myth video, I'm like, you got to get it together. Your marketing budgets are out of control. And there's just this fundamental mismatch between what people want and what is being put out there, usually from the Western market. Dean Files, yeah, I do think China is going to come into the industry in a big way. Yeah, Marvel Rivals is like NetEase got the Marvel IP, NetEase, and they made Marvel Rivals. And the art style's weird or like not super for me, but I think Marvel Rivals is going to be a gigantic hit. It's going to be huge. And Marvel Rivals is fun to play though. So they're going to have like a competitive market. There's going to be all sorts of really, really interesting stuff coming on the market. And that sort of leaves the West in a bit of a spot. My2, why are you here? My2 shows up every stream to say how much he hates me, chat. So thanks for stopping by again, My2. Everybody say hi to my how do you say his name? My2. I love people that show up just to say how much they hate me. Thanks for joining. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Always nice to see you. Oh, you don't hate me. Okay. Well, I appreciate it.
He's just like Rusty.
I just don't like, why you come in here and you're just like negative?
Biggest
We're just
hater.
talking about the industry stuff. So let's talk about Black Myth Wukong a little bit. Okay? Because there's this great report at Bloomberg. I have been following the heck out of Daniel Ahmad because Daniel Ahmad, I believe he's based in China. I have one of his quotes up here. Is it Nico Partners? Oh, he's from London, England. But anyway, he's been talking a lot about the Chinese market, and he was quoted in this Bloomberg piece. I appreciate the hell out of you guys, especially those of you who are here for the background light. Everybody actually likes it. This is how the room was set up when I said it. These are called, I can't remember what kind of lights they are, but they're specifically set lower. Like I have a limiter on them so they're not as bright. And there's a name for the type of lights they are. They actually look kind of too bright right now. They should be probably less. Let's talk about this, the history of Black Myth Wukong. I made this whole video about how, hey, look, I think that the rest of the industry really needs to figure out what they're doing right now because the balance act is out of whack. And this idea that I find it the craziest thing I find is when I see people on Twitter say, please make me pay more for my games. Games should be $300 a game right now. They're spending so much money on them. There's so much more money to be made. And like, it just gets parroted around. And I'm like, what? Like, you don't have Walmart taking a cut anymore. You don't have anybody taking a cut, maybe Steam, but you all have your own digital storefronts. You have to press like generate new key. There's no aspect where you need to worry about packaging and shipping. So like your profit margins are also higher at the same point. And then you have games like Astrobot coming around and being quite valuable. I just push back against this narrative that all games need to be $70 or $100. And I had a great conversation with that guy Cromwell over at Larian over on Twitter, where he talked about the value proposition to the consumer. If your game's $100, you're going to fail because people don't have that kind of money. Like, there's something that happens in our brains as humans where we're just like, we're not going to pay that. And you're also going into a market
I
where
wish I
there's
had
an
it
eyeball
$100. That'd
saturation.
be
Like,
nice.
it's not like we're going to get
$100 to
another
spend on
100 million
games.
people suddenly playing games next year. Like, we're not going to have another COVID situation. The gamers out there, they're kind of going to go towards their tastes. So you have a large portion of gamers, they're playing Bejeweled, they're playing Fortnite,
Bejeweled.
they're playing Madden,
Really?
they're playing Grand Theft Auto. Like, they're going to have their Grand Theft Autos and everything
I
like
feel
that.
like
And I do
making a snack or
appreciate
something.
that there are going to be people that try new things every
a bit
once in a while.
peckish.
But when you try new things and it's a $200 million
go for a
bet,
snack.
it's just crazy.
Midnight snack.
Something's just out of whack. It just doesn't work. I have not seen the breakdown by Pirate Software about how things are going. I do not agree that games should be $100.
ASMR snack.
I think $70 is about as far as you can push it right now, and you are going to have to figure out a better way to make money or limit how much you're spending on the development. So, yeah. Phil, you can send it to me on Twitter. I'll check it out. But I've noticed that Pirate Software and I often do not agree. Pirate Software is the developer who also doesn't agree with the premise of the initiative in the UK, I believe, where they're talking about how games should be kept forever. Like, people want to be able to access their games and such forever. And, you know, that sort of conversation is also changing. I hate it when people are like, well, look, with inflation, these games should actually cost $400 or like $100, whatever. And I'm just like, yes, with inflation, though, people are also paid more to make the games. So, or like, we're paying more and there's less overhead in some ways for games, but marketing, the whole thing's out of whack. Like, more is being spent on marketing than ever before also. So I don't know. Depends on the type of game you're making, I guess. I have to dive into it a little bit more before I have like a concrete thought. But my initial thought going into it is no, games should not cost $100. It's just not going to happen. And anybody who tries that is in for a very rude awakening. It's not going to be good. Investor who risked it all on Wukong scores another sales win. So this is a great report from Bloomberg that made the rounds this week. Bloomberg, Black Myth Wukong has sold 18 million copies in 2 weeks, one of the fastest starts the global gaming industry has seen. That record pace has in turn minted millions for its earliest and biggest investor. Wukong was a leap of faith for Daniel Wu, whose little-known Hero Games is the biggest external shareholder in Creator Game Science. His startup stuck with its partner through years of flops and contributed a large chunk of the blockbuster title's $70 million budget over 6 years of development, an unheard-of undertaking for a Chinese project. It paid off big time. The action game based on the legendary Legend of the Monkey King has outsold industry icons such as Elden Ring and Zelda, at least in its initial spurt. It can reach 30 million sales over its lifetime, augmented with an expansion to come, Wu told Bloomberg News. Yeah, if you haven't heard, Black Myth Wukong, they are about to get a big expansion. So yet again, you're going to have another reason to hop back in and play more Black Myth Wukong, even if you haven't completed it yet. I'm hoping that I can finish Black Myth Wukong by the end of September. Like, because I have to bounce between a lot of games, but I'm hoping that I can finish it by the end of September so that I can play whatever DLC comes out.
Guys,
when
I
it comes
heard
out.
Black Myth
I
Wukong
really
is
like the game. I
racist.
truly do. Like, is it perfect? No, but I'm just having a really good time with it. It's like exactly what I wanted. I love that there's all of these unique characters that I've never heard of before. And it's like opened my eyes
I heard
to
Black Myth Wukong is
the
racist towards black people.
mythology of
It's really
Journey
bad.
to the West that I hadn't really
I
considered
can't believe
before.
these Chinese
and this
people.
is from
Like,
a guy who
why would they
played
do
Enslaved
this?
Odyssey to the West.
Why would they
So
do
I am
that?
curious what story is going to be told here and
I don't get
what
it.
is going on. Destin, what is the profit margins in creating a console? It has to be bad, my two. Thank you for the tip, by the way. Profit margins for creating the console, it's very, very low. But I do know eventually, like the PlayStation 5 is sold at a profit. Isn't it a very short game? No. It's like 40 hours long. My 2 for the 6. Thank you.
Project Nova be racist. Oh man, it's gonna be so racist.
I have like 25, 30
It's
hours in the
going
game.
to
I'm
be
playing
so
Black Myth
racist.
and Space Marine 2 right now. I'm halfway through Space Marine. Might stream it at the end.
You guys
I'm gonna
haven't seen
see
anything.
If, Phil messaged
Yeah.
me.
This is gonna be the
really
most
quick.
racist game.
Yeah, so huge win for
existence.
this company that was not expecting to do this well. I'm not seeing your link. You gotta shoot it DM like you did last time. Dean File says China has free reign to make insane video game money in the world, and now they have their formula. However, the world cannot do the same in China. That's an interesting perspective. I think there is a limitation about what kind of things can be released there, but I think most games are available in China. Right? Like the PlayStation 5, I know in Japan and in China, they were like selling out because of Black Myth Wukong. So you just need like one amazing game and you could definitely release it in that market. Like you think Astrobot is going to have an issue being released in China? I don't think so. I don't imagine why. China, the whole thing with China, I actually haven't looked into what their restrictions are, but I believe the game industry getting involved in that market, it's a fairly new occurrence, like over the last few years. So I would have to dive more into it. But I do know they have restrictions and it's a little hard to release there, but it's not impossible, right? It paid off big time. The action based on the...
You can't show like the human skeleton in games in China. It's... And like no excessive blood or anything. You can't show like gravestones in China.
Legend of Monkey King, it's going to reach 30 million its lifetime. It's like the fastest selling game of all time. China's biggest PC creation emerged from a creative team
So
whose
weird
biggest
for a
claim to fame
country
before
that
this summer was a visit
prides
from
itself
Apple Inc.'s
on,
Tim Cook, Wu, who escorted
like,
the iPhone
knowledge,
boss around
science,
Hero's Shanghai offices
logic.
in 2017, said one of its early collaborations with Game Science caught Cook's eye, though that project ultimately tanked. It took another 4 years before Tencent Holdings invested in Heroes investee after a tantalizing Wukong trailer. Oh, so Tencent showed up with the checkbook after that Wukong trailer and was like, boom, here you go.
You can live
That's
out
pretty
your
crazy.
dreams in Project Nova if you're a racist.
Black Myth is really fun, but I think it could have been a lot better if there weren't invisible walls everywhere. That's the biggest thing that pulls me out of the illusion.
Subjugate your
Yeah, I think
enemies.
the invisible wall thing is like a criticism.
Enslave
That's
your
warranted.
peers.
I agree. I would have liked there to be fewer invisible walls. I also don't think it's like a huge deal. You know, like it's a little immersion breaking, but
Introduce them.
you're there for the fights,
BDSM.
really, right? Dwayne says PlayStation just needs to start porting
Wait, what?
all their games on Xbox and PC as well, too, because games are becoming costly and demanding. I think PlayStation will. So when Sony top executives said console sales are not enough, I guess that is true then. Yeah, it is true for sure. Of course they want more money. You think the executives at these companies are making these games out of the goodness of their heart?
Yes.
Like, I think that's crazy. NA says, do you have a girlfriend? I am married. So I don't know what
Hey,
girls
hey, hey.
are obsessed
No
with,
barking.
but I am a married man.
Woo woo, cha-cha.
Dwayne says $5.
It's nothing. Stop barking.
Don't tell them.
Silly dogs.
Don't break their heart. I'm sure all 2 girls you know. I'll let my wife know. She'll be flattered. My 2 with another 5, 6. Thank you, my 2. Yeah. So my 2 talked about
The soundboard. What soundboard? I don't know what you're talking
So when
about.
Sony's top executives said console sales are not enough, I guess that is true then.
I don't know.
Yeah, of course they want more money. And PlayStation just needs to start porting all their games. I think they're going to because they need money, right? Yeah. Tell the ladies I'm taken. Sorry, ladies. It's the lighting. It's bringing all the girls to chat. Okay, all right. I think the guy was joking anyway. Anyway, what's going on?
Maddock
You guys are
voice
gonna make me blush.
lines? Is Maddock a
China's
voice
biggest
actor
PC
now?
creation emerged from a creative team
I
whose
don't know what you're
biggest
talking
claim to
about.
fame before this summer
An
was a
update.
visit from Apple Inc.'s Tim Cook.
Yeah, if I did know,
Wu-
I
oh,
had
read that
nothing to
part?
do with it.
Today, Game Science is worth several billion yuan. That's the Chinese dollar. Wu said, making a return of several fold on his studio's 20% stake. Guys, I have 2 kids. Like, what are we doing right now?
I have
Can
2
we-
dogs.
can we
They're basically
stop?
kids.
I'm happily married, got 2 kids. The wedding ring has not left my hand since my wife put it on my hand. No, that's not true. I took it off like for a second.
I'm in the
So,
same position as Destin.
It's enough.
I'm
You're
sorry,
making me
ladies.
blush. Anyway.
I have 2 dogs and a wife.
Today, Game Science is worth several billion yuan, Wu said, making a return of several fold on his studio's 20% stake. Hero Games has paid just 60 million yuan, 8.5 million, for its slice in 2017. Both startups find themselves unexpectedly in the spotlight, hailed for finally showing China is capable of producing a big budget title on par with the best of the West, or Japan, for example. I think that's a little bit crazy. Best of the West. Who are they competing with in West? Like the first thing that pops into my mind would be From Software, right? So From Software would be the first game that pops into my mind. There's nothing else really that
Genshin
I can
Impact.
think
They
of.
have to come. Wait, Genshin Impact is Chinese.
Naughty Dog? I don't know. I just think it was a really solid game. China is largely the demo that
Genshin
seems to be
Impact
interested
Chinese?
in it.
I think it is.
And well, actually, even in Japan, the PlayStation 5s were selling out too. Here, Black Myth Wukong was so successful that PlayStation 5 sold out in Japan, so more people were buying Xboxes. That's nuts. They're not Western. I'm just trying to think of anybody they would compete with. I realize From Software is in Japan. I've been to their offices, not to humble brag or
Look,
anything
guys,
like that.
it's not a competition, right? Like, don't forget, like Asians, like we're white people now, so like there's no East versus West. It's just white on white action now. That's what it is.
I have been to FromSoft, and yeah. Yeah, Rockstar. Rockstar's, are they based out of London? No, they're New York or something. Anyway. And then there's, yeah, CDPR, they're Poland. We'll see what happens. Let's continue on with the story. We're several billion
Black Myth
yuan,
Wukong is
making
so
a return
successful,
several fold
I
on
only
his
heard about it
studio's
after a
20% stake.
Well, that's how it
Hero
is with
Games
a lot
has
of
paid
games, right? You
just
don't-
60 million yuan.
No one's gonna hear
for its
about
slice.
Project Nova.
If you
until
want to
it's
hear
launched.
the truth, Game
That's just how
Science's
it's
success
gonna
today
go.
is built upon its 4 failures in a row, the 36-year-old Wu said as soon as my monitor turns back on. In an exclusive interview from his Beijing office,
Like,
Wukong proves not only
The only people who'd hear about this game that I'm making are like maybe some other developers who are curious enough to check it out.
that we have
And, like,
top-notch game-making capabilities, but
die
also
hard
we can tell a
Exanima
good story with
fans.
Chinese elements. For Wu, who gave up a career as a startup financier to immerse himself in games close to a decade ago, Wukong is much more than just a groundbreaking game. He and Game Science co-founder Feng Ji, 5 years his elder, tied their fortunes to the success of a title built for consoles and PCs in a country dominated by mobile entertainment.
Sharing
Since its
this
release
to the
on
ZBrush
August
forums.
20,
It's already on the ZBrush forums.
the game has broken several records for single-player titles, eclipsing the likes
You
of
can't share it
Cyberpunk,
again. I'll
With
report
runaway
you.
popularity at home in China, it's estimated
I'm
to
on
earn
the Zoomer's
700
forums.
million so far, overshadowed by Call of Duty's historic $1 billion in 10 days, according to Nico Partners analyst Daniel Ahmad. He sees overseas sales accounting for a larger share going forward as the game's global renown grows. Wukong got a lift from state media lauding its faithful depiction of historic and cultural sites. It did that, though. Like, of course. So, like, they talk about state media. State media is like the mandated news channel in China. But at the same time, it's got to be an
All right, you
easy
got me.
win for them to talk about
Yeah,
a
you can
Chinese
share on Reddit.
studio that recreated iconic
And then
locations in China
guess
and had this massive
one will see
win
it
in
there
terms
either.
of sales. And also, like, was following one of the best stories ever written of all time. That is, like, it's huge in China. And I think it's popular in Japan also. I don't know anything about Journey to the West, so I apologize for that. But yeah. We're going to talk about the consoles. Do you want to? We'll get to that in a second. Let's finish this story first. Sorry. We are drowning two rats. Wu, whose company is still not profitable, said of himself in Fing. Neither of us was afraid of failure, and we already knew his next step. The only thing is that he needed me to place even bigger bets. Game Science had struck out with its 3 prior efforts, which were more modest free-to-play mobile games, chasing attention in the world's biggest game arena. One of them, Art of War Red Tides, even got prime placement on the iOS App Store after Cook's visit, but to no avail. Shouldn't that be a big message for all the bigwigs that are at these other companies? It's like, okay, what did Game Science do? They tried to jump in on the biggest trends and they fell flat on their face. What was successful? They made a really unique game with a classic story. Like, it's an archetypical story, right? That's one of the things that I said about Black Myth Wukong. It is like the original story. It has stood the test of time. People gravitate towards it. They want to hear about this and stories like this. And, like, it's not the first time we've heard this story in gaming either, but we just haven't heard it in a long time. I have to imagine there's stories like that that still exist that gamers would love to see. And I really hope that the Western market can find stories like that and just sort of remember that. For me, when I play a video game, I use it like as an escape. I want to have a story that moves me in some unique way, or be either the hero or the villain of a game. Like Mass Effect is one of my favorite games of all time because I've played through Mass Effect 1 like 30 freaking times, and every
Jesus.
single one of the little one-offs.
I played
Ares
Mass
was
Effect
tank of
I played Mass Effect like the whole trilogy, maybe 2 or 3 times through, but not 30 times.
members. Thank you so much. Every one of the
Where's
that's
the
crazy.
AC remote here?
Just real quick, Aries, thank you so much for the 10. You
You're getting
stop by like
fortune.
every stream and do that. I really, really appreciate that out of you. Thank you so much. Anyway, you can play through Mass Effect so many times. You can play as a male character or a female character in the original Mass Effect, and people react.
You can
Like
play
I
as
did
body type 1 and 2.
a
in Mass
FemShep
Effect.
playthrough where it was just really interesting for me because I hadn't done that before, and the slight tweaks to the interactions are very, very interesting, and it's just really, really cool. And I totally lost where I was going with that. Just a good excuse for me to talk about why I love the original Mass Effect, I guess. But oh yeah, because they had these attempts to make money. They were like, we're going to try and make money. And instead they were like, well, let's do something totally different that nobody else is really doing right now. And they have this huge, massive success. I guess you could fall flat on your face too, though. As the sole investor and publishing partner of Game Science, Hero Games took significant losses, but Wu didn't shy away in 2018 when Feng, his late-night League of Legends teammate, reached out for more money to craft an ambitious project they codenamed Black Myth 1. It won't take another 6 years for the next chapter in what's planned to be a series. I didn't know it'd be a series. Well, we know there's DLC coming, but it's going to be a series based on Chinese mythology, though that won't be a sequel. Wu said. Game Science is working on an expansion to Wukong, which will give it a chance to monetize the game a second time. 2022's Elden Ring, a title with similar playstyle and design, has shown how the release of an expansion, this year's Shadow of Erdtree, can spur a fresh flurry of sales for the original. God, that's so smart. That is, my logo is based off of freaking Mass Effect. Like the design inspiration was Mass Effect, but it's like an R-Wing. It's more like an R-Wing. Anyway, I like space games, so that was like my personal logo. Was that? So anyway, that's really, really cool. I'm really excited to play more. Oh my God, and JT dropping 10 subs. You guys are going nuts today. Thank you. I got to put Ares on the board. I didn't stop put Ares. Now I got to put JT on the board. Thank you. Ares and JT. I don't think I missed any super chats, but if I did, remind me. I know I covered the Dean one. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thanks, JT. Thank you, Ares. Appreciate the heck out of you both. If I fill up the board, I just start writing over the names. I don't know what to do at some point. Sir Riffsalot is now a member. Thank you so much. UB Grant and Colin Moriarty's podcast. You guys go way back. I could ask him sometime. I like Colin. Colin just had his show like very close to where I live, actually. He was just south of here. Yeah, and it's like, what did I say in the Black Myth video? Great story, good gameplay. Can't remember what the third one was. But, I mean, those two things go a long way. Like, tight gameplay, good story. Those are the two things that sell me a lot. Oh,
there's no romance in Black Myth, though,
like, even the little characters that you end up meeting. I guess that sort of goes back into story.
I don't
graphics.
Think
I don't think graphics. I think there was a tweet that I liked today that I was going to actually bring up
Not
on
even
the show,
any bromance.
where we talk about oh yeah. So I'm going to open this up. It might play for a second. I don't know what.
Tell me if I'm
TikTok works on here. Lost my train of thought again. Sorry. I don't think it was graphics, but I do think gameplay is important. I think interesting characters are important. And I think just a good value for your money. Cool that we're going to get more Black Myth Wukong. By the way, I didn't say hi to Luke Bat. Luke, I see you every stream. If I don't say hi, I apologize. And Gravy, good to see you over on Twitch. I do appreciate it. Graphics don't necessarily... Oh, yes, I was going to talk about the whole graphics thing. I think we're at a point where graphics don't matter anymore. I think games look so good already that the toolkit that they have available to them, they need to go from there. Let me bring up this tweet. I was going to... Here it was. It was from Games Radar. Don't always agree with them, but I thought this was dead on the money. Dragon Age the Veil God creative director thinks there will come a point in the games industry where we can't make graphics better, so the focus will be on giving players freedom instead. To me, that's the most interesting challenge, John Epler says. I think we're already there. I think we are already there in terms of where we are at with graphics and such. I don't think we need better graphics. Like 1440 high frame rate is basically where the consoles need to be. I think that PC can always push it as much as they want. It is important, but like, what's the next, like, what are they going to do visually from here? You want native 4K at 60? Like, that's the only place that they can really go.
First.
So I think Wukong looks absolutely fantastic. I think the technology has caught up to it. And I think we're kind of at that point already where, well, okay, graphics are as good as they need to be right now. We need to get back to a focus on gameplay. Let me rephrase, Darren. I think we are already there in terms of graphical capability. We don't need to push the envelope much further. We need to get back to a focus on gameplay. I think gameplay has suffered at the hand of this unrealistic desire for native 4K at 60 frames per second. Like it's written 8K is
Yo, what's up?
Hi.
Oh,
my
hey.
name is Marek Evans. Come.
I keep distracted.
This is actually huge.
Playing some Killing Floor.
Oh, nice. I'll get back
You
to my
can see
stream.
in the cracks now there's grass. Bad, right? Bad. Cheers. Bad.
What?
Bye.
written on the Xbox and the PlayStation box. That's absolutely insane. Graphic wise, look at what Black Myth Wukong is able to do with Unreal Engine 5. Even the old Batman games look absolutely phenomenal.
It's too funny.
Barsha Iyer just became a $9.99 supporter. Thank you, Barsha. I really appreciate it.
It's too good.
Gameplay, performance, storytelling. So yeah. And C Ford, we're just talking about the news.
Oh my god, so
So I
weird
think
with delay
in terms of
in the stream.
graphics, I think
Yeah,
we're
there's a
where we
small
need
delay.
to be. And now, hey Steph, good to see you. And now we need to push from there in terms of gameplay, storytelling. Like graphics are great, but they only take you so far. And there needs to be a refocusing a little bit. It won't take another 6 years. We kind of read that part. Woo co-founder Hero Games, Dwayne. Oh man, super chat here. Dwayne, how far will the PSX and next Xbox go on graphics? I fear the PS6 will be priced. PS6 will be priced at $800. I think in terms of where. Oh, I got to write down Varsha and Dwayne. Sorry. I think the PS5 and the next Xbox, I think they're just finally going to allow games to run natively at 1440 at 60. I think that's going to be the next thing. Like 60 FPS has to be the floor. All this 30 FPS stuff, no, I'm sorry. You don't get a pass on that. Like it's absolute nonsense. Thank you for your support, Varsha. If you support as a member, that just is your way of saying, hey, I like your content and I want to support you on a regular basis to keep doing what you're doing. So I do appreciate every member who does that. Sometimes if I have something that's coming out, I will often release that without ads or anything on the member side. But that's the big perk that I have right now because I have a ton of other responsibilities that I just don't have time to do much more. I think one time I did a thank you to all the members. Vito, thank you for the course border. Dang. Gonna run out of board space this time. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate the heck out of y'all. But anyway, yeah. Graphically, I think we're about where we need to be in terms of graphics. Graphics are gorgeous. They have been since the launch of the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X. I think it's optimization. So graphically, we're where we need to be. Now it has to be a refocusing on optimization and gameplay. And optimization will have a positive effect on gameplay, in my opinion. Wayne's World, thanks for hanging out. Get some rest. If you just worked a long shift, get that rest. You earned it. And the VOD will be waiting for you in the morning. Thanks for stopping by. I used to work graveyard. I get it. Get some rest. I put in... I think the longest day I ever put in was like a 16-hour day. That was a bit much. That was when I worked in a warehouse. But yeah, I think they're going to focus on optimization. So I think you're going to see the graphics be pushed. I think the developers need to be considered in terms of what they are able to develop for the platform. Because we're seeing these conversations pop up right now about the Xbox Series S and what problems that platform is having. So I do think that is a conversation to be had. Wu co-founded Hero Games in 2015 after a 3-year stint with famed Chinese venture firm Zhen Fund. I don't know if I said that right. He zeroed in on Feng and his game science team early on, describing them as an asset he couldn't afford to miss out on. At Tencent, Feng had led a team of 250 people on the development of online role-playing game Ashura, inspired by folklore to Wukong. The title launched in 2010 and instantly won praise for its design, though it later upset players with practices around the in-game shop that were deemed exploitative. Can't talk. Hero Games, which orchestrated a marketing blitz around Wukong, which included Lunkin Coffee. The Lunkin Coffee thing was huge. This is basically a synopsis of the video I made. Like, it was a huge thing. Arl, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, by the way. I've enjoyed your views in the industry through these years. It's just Arlo. Well, thank you, Arlo. I appreciate it. Don't get a ton of Twitch Prime subs. That is so great. Thanks. Thank you, Arlo. Got to give you guys a shout out too. Make sure I didn't miss any. I'll put you on the board. Yeah, so I co-stream over at Twitch, and the Twitch audience has sort of been picking up a little bit. Got to remember to give them a shout out too for the Twitch subs. I used to stream a whole lot on Twitch. I streamed like Mass Effect 1, and when I got my Xbox One X way back in the day, I remember I did the unboxing of that. That was fun. But anyway, let's finish this Black Myth story. Hero Games, which orchestrated a marketing blitz among Wukong, the coffee thing, which I talked about was huge, also drew criticism outside of China for its guidance to streamers playing Wukong not to discuss feminist propaganda, politics, or COVID-19. Wu declined to comment on the matter. I do appreciate them asking about that question. The 2,000-person Hero Games team, even with that huge winning bet in its portfolio, isn't making a profit. Wu's company is on a years-long transition from publisher to developer, and it's facing the same challenges that Game Science ran into when trying to score a mobile hit. Until it breaks through, Wu's message to staff this year will be to learn to embrace the death of your project. What? Oh. So he's talking about like when they were trying to break in and get into that mobile market, it's like you need to learn to embrace the fact that, hey, you're putting all this work out there. Oh, we got a hype training coming on Twitch. Thanks. Thank you, Rock. Because like they tried, they failed, they tried, they failed, they tried, they failed, they tried. Massive, monumental success, bigger than you ever could have imagined, right? Like, I'm very happy that they were able to do that. 10-year event and Frontiers blog tomorrow. That's right. I can't believe that the Rock's right bicep subscribed. Maybe his left one will subscribe sometime or over on Twitch. Thank you so much, Rock. Wukong is more enjoyable on PS5. Original Gamer, what do you play at? Everybody plays at performance, but the Digital Foundry analysis said that there's an input latency with that. So in my recommendations, taking that into account, I actually recommend balanced, because balanced apparently has better input latency, even though it has a fluctuating frame rate, which can be annoying. I would be curious to hear your impression of that. Yeah, so like it's basically lock 60 if you play at performance, but it's not real 60, it's frame gen 60. Quality, okay, well, yeah, quality is probably fine also. I consider input latency a lot with video games because I was a big fighting game guy. And Black Myth Wukong, I'll just say it, on PS5, it's very poorly optimized. So, yeah. Balanced in, for that particular game, it's the best of both worlds, and that's why it gets my nod. Rockwright says, I worked for GameStop, and they had us toss the old display boxes for PS5 that had 8K logo on it. Most likely is something they'll promote with the Pro, if I'm guessing. I don't think 8K is going to be like, nobody is buying their console because it does 8K. I think they're just going to drop it. Yeah. This is interesting. I got a poll for YouTube. What mode do you play in? Performance? No, wait, not Q&A. Start a poll. What mode do you play in? Playing performance. We'll say fidelity. or performance? Okay, so what mode do you play games in? Fidelity or quality? That's usually 30 FPS. We'll say estimate 30 FPS. Balanced, usually lower 45 to 60 FPS. And then performance is usually 60 FPS. It's like, what mode do you play your games in? And that's sort of my question. And if you're on PC, I'll just say, lol, I'm on PC. I play how I want. So I'm curious, which do you play as? Because, yeah, on PC, you can kind of do whatever you want. But if you're on console, I would sort of be curious to hear where you end up landing. If you're a PC gamer, lots of PC gamers in chat. I do appreciate the heck out of that. We're getting a lot of votes for Fidelity. Late, but I made it. Thank you for your time. Well, thank you, Andy. I appreciate you just stopping by to say hello. Andy, $2. Very curious about that. I personally, performance, 100%. I want 60 frames, and I think the biggest fall of the consoles, the failure of the consoles, is that most games can't even do stable 60. Like, look, I'll give you a few dips, or like during a scene transition, during a cutscene, you have frame time spikes. Like Spider-Man had that issue, and the Insomniac devs explained that's an issue with the engine. Or Returnal had that same issue where there was this like frame time spike and it was sort of random. They're like, yeah, that's just kind of Unreal. Unreal just kind of does that for all games. You're going to find it time and time again. So that's what's happening there. And yeah, but for me, I want 60. Or I just play on PC. And if I play on PC, you guys watch me build a rig on this channel.
Spider-Man
you know
is
what
Unreal
I like to play
Engine.
on?
I thought it was their own engine.
Usually 4K DLSS, as many frames as you can possibly give me.
Maybe it's like heavily modified Unreal.
Like Black Myth, I think I have it optimized where I'm like, I'm at least 60, and then it goes up from there, right? With I do have VSync turned on, so it's probably targeting something a little crazy. JT says it's going to sound crazy, but I'm always more likely to lock a game at 30 on PC. JT, you're lucky you gifted those memberships, you crazy person, you.
30 FPS.
I enjoy the spectacle and don't care about competitive games. But like if you have a beefy PC, you can have both. That's the crazy thing. I do not have ultra wide. I'm not a big ultra wide enjoyer, mostly because I end up capturing a lot of my stuff, and everything, your capture standard largely should be 4K 60 or at least 4K, and then you figure it out from there. But like a lot of the IGN first minutes that I've been capturing lately have been 4K with DLSS on, and then usually I put that in the description. Anyway, sorry, totally on a side though. Let's finish this up. The 2000 Get Used with the Death Year project. This is the most gruesome year for China's game industry ever, Wu said. Nothing the large number of unsuccessful games that few will ever see or hear about. Noting, the country's economic difficulties have cut into entertainment spending and forced many studios to reconsider or abandon projects. That makes the triumph of Wukong all the sweeter. Wu expects it will fire up passions and interest to create more games based on China's rich history and culture, and more courage to build.
I'm calling it now. The Chinese government is going to, they're going to do something that is going to stunt the growth of the games industry again in China.
When Wu
they love doing that.
The first big fight in Wukong on his PlayStation
they just love
5,
fucking things up
he texted Feng to say
people.
He was welling up. How dare you cry without me? Feng texted him back with assistance from Pai Li. Pretty interesting stuff. Daniel Ahmad had a few follow-ups about that particular story. Paul Tassi had the following. Black Myth Wukong expansion confirmed as it becomes one of the fastest selling games ever. Fastest selling ever. So like it like knocked everything out of the park. Black Myth Wukong has earned about $1 billion gross revenue on Steam, data suggests. That's absolutely crazy. Daniel Mott had a few clarifications about this article. I'm quoted in this Bloomberg article. It's estimated to have earned over $700 million. That makes it one of the fastest selling games of all time, only overshadowed by games like GTA 5 and Modern Warfare 2. And the $700 million figure quoted in the article is now outdated. It's $800 million. Also from the article, Game Science is working on an expansion of Wukong, which will give it a chance to monetize the game a second time. Wukong's going to be huge. Like, it's just going to be this massive game. Chinese gamers are usually all on PC. Most sales are from China. Yeah, that's accurate. It's still money. It's like, it's huge. Like, that'll be life-changing for that studio and what they're able to do next. So, like, we're going to...
What the heck? Most players in China are on PC? Like, Blizzard taught me that most Chinese people are overworked and they're like playing on their little shitty phones and they're playing like Diablo Immortal. Like what? They're playing on their PCs now? That's crazy.
I hear more about Game Science for years to come. And covered off on that. I'm going to close some of this stuff because I do get a little bit lost in what I'm tracking here. I'm just going to close these. We're not really going to reference them again. We talked about... Do you want to talk about Concord for another 2 hours? Who in chat really likes the Concord talks?
No. It's already dead.
I was starting to get flagged. People were like, we're done with Concord. Please stop talking about it. So I think we're done with Concord for now. I liked Concord.
I'm surprised none of the devs
and then
who worked
I
on Concord
stopped
have
playing
killed
it for a
themselves
while.
yet.
And then I played it again. And then I didn't like it. So yeah, on Wukong sales, do you think the fact
I'll make
that
all
it
the
is Chinese
commentators
made
really
the game
really concerned about what they're saying?
made a game that taps into the Chinese market, makes a difference in rapid sales? Well, buoys, I do think that is true. I do also think that something like God of War Ragnarok that dives into unknown mythology. It's always interesting when a video game does that, right? It's like, well, where are they going to go with these characters? And what are they going to, like, what's their interpretation going to be of this classic story? God of War, I love God of War Ragnarok. Like, I'm very excited for the PC release of that one. I played God of War Ragnarok on the hardest difficulty. It's one of the best gaming experiences I've had in a long time. When I start thinking about the games that I've finished, it's like Halo Infinite, Forza Horizon 5, finished, right, with Forza Horizon 5, Gran Turismo 7, Death Stranding, Black Myth Wukong will be one of them. I didn't even finish Baldur's Gate 3, and like, I was a fan, but I didn't get as far as most people with that game. It's another one I need to go back and finish. It's just, you know, when you're playing something special, and I feel like, in my opinion, Black Myth is one of those games. I think the other games I mentioned were also special. So, yeah. You forget about the crap pretty quick. Unless it's Oni Chambara. The one game I'll never forget was Oni Chambara. I played the first one for Screw Attack back in the day, and I'll just like, yeah. I'll never forget it. One sec. I need to literally... I'll see if my wife can do it really quick. Can you turn off the beans? I've been, as I've talked about on chat, I've been dieting and, you know, making them gains. Here's my not muscle. If you want to see how the progress has been going, it's not. And I'm cooking, you have to cook pinto beans for like ever, basically, for like 3 hours. And I need to turn off the stove. Anyway, where was I with this? There's like something what is the sweet spot with a video game? Is it 1 hour? Is it 300 hours? I'm of the mind that I am totally fine with a shorter game that is more focused on a good gameplay.
It's 1,500 hours for me. That's the sweet spot for a video game.
Derek Strickland had this tweet where basically he said publishers trying to sell 15-hour games for $70 are likely in for a shock. That's not going to work very well in the long run and will push consumers toward value subscriptions, which will in turn become more expensive and free-to-play forever gamed that never end.
If I play a game for longer than 1,500 hours, I get salty at the devs.
And right now, there's too much commentary about what the industry should do. The reality is that there is no easy answer. You can just lower the value of a product while retaining a premium price. Publishers routinely say that gaming is the best value for money hobby. Wherever the trends may go, profit maximization will follow. There's no escape from it. But no, I don't think we'll see games raise prices anytime soon. I agree with that. Absolutely. I don't think GTA 6 will be $80, for example. Raising MSRP isn't the answer. There's no real easy answer here. Apologies for the typos. Doing this from a phone is a pain. You need to stop betting on just absolutely stupid stuff. Like, stop trend chasing. Don't make Rocksteady make Suicide Squad. Like, what are you doing? Let's take a game about the Suicide Squad, movies that did okay at the box office. Like, they weren't Deadpool and Wolverine. I don't know what I mispronounced, but I do that a lot. That's the frustrating thing. I get really upset when I see AAA studios make mistakes because they know what gamers want. You would think. You know what I want? I want another God of War. I don't want God of War to become a free-to-play multiplayer shooter with skin upcharges, right? It's like, it's not that they want money. They want all of the money, right? And that's really, really frustrating. So when you see them make a bet, like the Concord bet just makes me mad because I do think that there's a lot of talent at that studio.
What if they made God of War,
like
but
we all see the writing on the wall. It's
like
not
they
going to be
made it
good for the
inclusive?
Concord devs because they
I
were
wanna
chasing
see-
the live service dragon. And like,
There needs to be more gay representation in God of War. Like, we just need to add in more inclusivity.
there's just so many things to look at, like what went wrong there. And like with Rocksteady, one of my favorite studios ever made. What did they put out? They put out Suicide Squad? Where are the executives telling them to rein it in or just be like, hey, I don't particularly like that we murder all the heroes. And everyone's like, oh, it's called Suicide Squad. Why are you being so about killing the heroes? It's like, look, I don't know what little kid out there is going to be like, I really want to play Suicide Squad so that I can kill the good guys. It's stupid. It's just such a stupid premise. And there's other examples like that. Those are just the two off the top of my head. And I do worry about Fair Games because like that's Jade Raymond's studio at PlayStation. When you see a studio like Naughty Dog say, nope, we're up. That's honestly good leadership. Good
I should
freaking
replace
call.
this with metal, actually. Let's undo this.
Who agrees with me that Naughty Dog getting the F out of the live service genre being a good leader? I think it was the right call, personally. Agreed, Alma. I think that was good leadership on Naughty Dog's part, and it was the right call. Because like that's all they were going to do for the rest of their careers. And they have like, I'm sure they want to make other video games that they're good at. Why in the world would you want to like make a new thing? Have somebody else do factions. You realize as you get older that you have a finite amount of time, not only on planet Earth, but just with your life. And do you want to use that time to work on a live service game for the next 10 years? Like who's still there? Druckmann's still there, right? He's the main one. Because I know the other guy left. Who's the lead? Who runs Naughty Dog now? Who runs? Neil Druckmann, right? Am I crazy? Is it Druckmann? Bars? I don't know what Bars is. He is the studio head. Yeah, so it's still Druckmann. I know like there were a lot of departures from Naughty Dog right there. Yeah, Amy Hennig is another one who's like, Can somebody actually release one of her games, please?
Oh, shit.
Like, that one's nuts. So here was my rebuttal to what Derek Strickland said, though, just real quick. I think we've gotten really used to a bunch of pointless nonsense.
Do you, Seth, do you want to work on a live service game for the next 10
and
years?
I've forgotten that a 15-hour game can be superb.
I mean, sure, like, why not?
57 acorns before proceeding to the
Just
next mission.
Not the ones that are
Like,
existing right now.
There's
because all of them suck.
This
They all
habit
suck
that game designers have run into is like every game needs to be wow. You need to do a bunch of busy work. It means you need to.
You know, the premise of a live service game is actually really good. It's just that everyone who does live service games, they get corrupted by greed eventually. But don't worry, guys. I won't be corrupted by greed.
You need to go like collect 15 acorns, and then you got to get the capacitor that you need to build the thing, and then you build the thing, and that unlocks another thing. It's just like, come on, I don't want to do this. I just want to go shoot aliens in the face. And I think that's why something like Space Marine is resonating so
bang
much. It's
aliens in the
okay,
face?
like you have this gameplay loop that you introduce player to. You
Why
have
shoot them when you can just
3-player
them
co-op
extinct
that you can
through
just jump in and
breeding.
go kill aliens with. And you're presented with harder and harder challenges. You can change the difficulty, and it's really hitting the essence of what a great game is. How long is the Space Marine 2 campaign? I'm halfway through it. Spoiler warning, it's like what, 8 hours? But there's a replayability factor to that 8 hours where you can expand it to like 100 hours. Titus Crow, that's just the main campaign. Then the multiplayer component has like this whole other avenue of stuff that you can explore with your friends. So yeah,
You know, I had a
kinda
great
short.
idea. Imagine like a live service game, where you can have like all the different kinds of franchises in one place. Like, have you ever played a game? Like, have you ever like played, like Warframe or something, and then you're like, man, I wish I could be Spider-Man, or like if you're playing like Mario or something, and you're like, oh man, I wish right now, you know, I could really reach that block easier if I could jump higher, like in Destiny 2. Like, if only I could be a guardian in Mario. So what if we just like have all the IPs in one place? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And then we can sell artwork of them with crypto. That's called Fortnite. I've never heard of this Fortnite. I think we should call this new game something catchy, like like metasexual maybe. We'll call it the metasexual game.
Maybe don't buy the $150 version or whatever it is, but yeah, it is really, really interesting.
We'll call it the metaverse. How about that? It'll be
that's
like
where it's all at.
universe, but
And I had a follow
meta.
up to it.
You know, like how those
The
cool
reason I think
gamers
15
when they're
to 20 hour
they've
game
equipped the
sounds
best
great
gear ever.
is because a quick Google
for-
search shows
for
that many of
Endgame.
my
They've equipped the meta. They're playing the meta, right? That'd be so damn cool.
favorite games are that length. Metal Gear Solid 1, most of these are from Time to Beat. It was just, I just Google searched it and looked at what came up. Metal Gear Solid 1 was 11 to 18 hours. Mass Effect, granted, if you mainline Mass Effect, it's apparently 17 hours long. And I saw people say, no, I beat Mass Effect in like 8 hours. Like if you just do the main quests, yeah, you can go through it. But there's supplemental stuff added to it, of course. Dead Space, fantastic game. One of my favorite games, 12 hours. Even Assassin's
Dead
Creed
Space
2,
really only 12 hours?
19 hours
Felt
for
longer.
a base playthrough.
Felt longer than
Batman
that for me.
Batman Arkham City, 13-hour main campaign.
Hello, back. I'm Zetheros.
13 hours. Yeah, I don't believe 8 hours either. Point is, all of the games, I think we could agree, are probably under 20. And the thing that sparked the whole conversation was, 15-hour games. Many of the games fall right into that 15-hour spot. Bowie says, okay, Destin, but how many total hours have you put in Destiny? Like 5,000 or something insane. Bowie's. It's like some stupid number. Like, I can't even believe how much I played Destiny. Even that wasn't enough to feed the live service Dragon, though. Because Bungie's forecasting a 45% revenue miss. And in hindsight, you look at what that studio has been doing, and apparently they've been barely holding on by the skin of their teeth. They're not like rolling in the cash. They're barely making it by. So they got to ratchet up their monetization structures. Their concurrence for Lightfall were the highest they ever were, and they missed revenue by 45%.
Yeah, why would you want to join one of these studios and just fail?
Look at all the money Activision threw at that IP, gave that studio, all the chances that they had. The whole time, they're just like barely getting by. According to the story we're being told anyway. Like barely getting by. They're building like new buildings and all this.
I can do that in indie dev. Yeah. Why would I want to join one of these big companies and then barely get by when I can already do that right now? I don't need to apply. I don't need to apply myself. I'm already barely getting by.
Philaroni says, a buddy of mine that is/was a lead animator at Naughty Dog left due to the free-to-play live service game push. He was with Naughty Dog from the start. It's not what he wanted to do. Rapid and boring work. Yeah, I bet it would be. It would be not fun. It's like, hey, do you want to get on the treadmill with us? No, I can't do that. And if you're Naughty Dog, if you've been there since the beginning, you can go wherever you want, right?
That's true. If you work for one of these companies, you can go wherever you want. The issue is, how many places can you go? If you think about it, there aren't a lot of... I mean, there are a lot of, little studios and stuff out there, but how many studios out there can pay, a stable wage and, give you stable living conditions? Not a lot.
Philaroni. And I appreciate the insight too. That would not be particularly compelling to get into. If you make narrative-based games and that's your forte and that's what you love, and then you look at the Suicide Squad game, right? And the two leads of the studio, they bounce. They're like, I would rather, we've made all the money. We have millions and millions of dollars.
You've done some really cool shit for this,
We're
for
gonna
X
go do
studio, right?
else. And that's what they did.
Once you leave, where
that's
are you gonna
my
go?
take on it. I would be totally fine with 15-hour
No
games
one can afford
that
you.
have replayability elements and optional side things that you could do. I am totally fine with that. I think this idea that all games need to be Assassin's Creed Valhalla, they don't. They don't.
No one can afford you because they're too busy losing money.
I think good
pushing
base
out games like
around 15 hours are a really, really good sweet spot to hit. And then if you have side stuff or you have DLC in the future, honestly, bring back DLC. Oh my goodness. Make a game. If it's a major success, bring back DLC. That's my hot take. I want DLC back. Imagine this world. Imagine Halo Infinite comes out. You get the main campaign, and then a year later, you got a big DLC campaign that was 4 hours long or something. That's what it was like in the 360 era. And then Elden Ring comes along. What did they do? What did Elden Ring do? Shadow of the Erdtree. It did DLC. Because it's the whole old adage, right? They don't want the money. They want all the money. So they want all the money forever. And the whole premise of this stream actually was about that topic, because I saw something that warmed my heart. It warmed my heart to its core. Let me find it here. Hogwarts Legacy sequel, one of the biggest priorities for Warner Brothers Discovery, CFO says. While the gaming division is struggling after a Suicide Squad title missed, Gunnar Weidenfels stressed the unit as a strategic asset. Thank God, what world? The game made them $1 billion. $1 billion. And they were like, let's make Suicide Squad. And we want to make more games like Suicide Squad. And they said during their investor call, we're going to keep betting on games like Suicide Squad. And now they're like, yeah, we changed our mind. We're going to bet on the game that made us $1 billion. Like, thank you. Like, come on. That's why the thumbnail's Hogwarts, by the way, because it's like, oh, WB sees the light.
Man,
They
maybe I should play
finally woke
Hogwarts
up.
Legacy. I have
They
it.
finally woke
My
up
bro
and saw the
gifted it to
light.
me.
And you know what was really
But I was just like,
frustrating?
man,
I got a mountain of shit for my Suicide Squad.
like I feel like Hogwarts isn't edgy enough for me. I need to play. If I want to play a mage, I'll go reinstall Elden Ring and play like a blood mage or something.
Preview. You have no idea.
I want
how
to see
frustrating that
my
was.
enemy's blood
What was
boil
I trying
and
to do?
pour out of their
I was
orifices.
trying to warn consumers that the game wasn't that great.
Avada Kedavra. It
I
doesn't.
was honest.
It doesn't.
I'm always honest.
It doesn't
with
work
my
for me.
previews. I'm not gonna.
It's not very
like,
cool.
Avowed is one that people are pretty lukewarm on. I played it and I had
I
a
want
great
to
time.
see my enemies
I remember
suffer
Destiny. I
when
was
they
like,
die.
I like this, but is it gonna be enough to like stay long term? And what happened long term, everybody? What's the player count like on Destiny? What's the overall consensus?
Is it really that bad? Let's go see. Destiny 2 DB. I mean, I always thought like Destiny 2 had pretty good. Wait, this isn't it. Steam DB. I always thought like Destiny 2 had pretty good numbers, right? 1 year. I mean, like yeah, they hit that and then they went down, but that's to be expected, right? What is this? 42,000. I mean, yeah, it is kind of trending down. It went down. It's like down 10K from their lowest of 1 year, I guess. Second lowest. Yeah, I guess it is kind of going down. But yeah, everyone keeps saying like Destiny 2
Everybody
players
calls me crazy.
leaving the
And
game.
I'm like, God, y'all, I'm not crazy. Like, I'm not that crazy, right? I'm not going to go out there and I'm not just going to like tout from the rooftops about how great something is. I was right about Suicide Squad. I was right about Destiny, long-term longevity, which was my concern. People were more mad. I think people were more mad because I was like, you know, I'm not sure about Prismatic, the ability in the game, like the new ability or
I
whatever.
want to make the counters,
And,
or I mean,
yeah, people didn't like that.
not counters.
JT, I missed your super chat right here. I think the question is anything infinitely replayable. With live service, you're banking on yes, but does repeatable equal bland at a point? Absolutely. I think there's been a lot of success with something like, what was that recent game with the First Descendant? First Descendant did pretty well. I'm not a huge fan of First Descendant. JT with the 5. Thank you, JT. Because I play Destiny.
First
I am a little
Descendant
crazy,
is
but not
like
for that. Thank you, Andy.
It's like a
But yeah,
shitty Destiny
You gonna watch the
knockoff
Bungie stream
with
tomorrow? Yeah, I think I
boobs.
should.
Boobs and butt.
I totally
That's
forgot it was
basically
happening.
it.
I don't know when it's happening, but I'll watch it tomorrow.
It's just
100%.
not as good as Destiny 2.
10 years Destiny. Anyway,
Nowhere
let's
near
read
as
more about this
close.
WB. The industry is healing. I think we're going to hear something about fair games in the near future. Like in the next year or so. Or they've already just decided to quietly reboot that internally or whatever that is going to end up being, right? And I think we're going to see more companies like Warner Brothers wake up and smell the coffee, right? I don't think fair games is DOA. I think they just need to go back to the drawing board. I think it's supposed to be like Assassin's Creed, but it's weird. I play First Descendant a lot. I will say this, and I am going to get a little bit heat about it. I think First Descendant almost pushes the
Rise and shine,
skimpiness factor a little bit
Freeman.
too far.
Rise and shine.
to the point where, like, if my wife walks in, she would be like, "What are you playing?"
I should play Half-Life 2 again.
You know,
that could be fun.
So yeah, I'd be like, yeah, that's the only one where I'm just kind of like, I remember when I played it and I put the footage on IGN and I was kind of like, this, it's like just that much too far. I think that, what was that other one that was sort of controversial? Stellar Blade? Like,
why is that always like
yeah, I
boobs
guess
and butt
GTA
coming
kind of
from
does it too,
Korea?
right? Like they have strip clubs and stuff.
Every
They're doing
single
it to like be
time.
risque. No, I like First
Wait,
Descendant.
is
First Descendant's
Stellar
fine or
Blade
anything like
Korean?
that, but like there's
Or is
some
it Chinese? I
scenes
can't.
in
I don't
First
remember.
Descendant where I was kind of like, all right, like I'm a little embarrassed to be looking at this. Yeah,
Not like it's a bad thing. It's just
but I mean, I'm also not a prude.
I want to feel badass,
right
while playing a game.
Whatever, I get why it's there.
I don't want to feel ass when I'm playing
Anyway,
a game.
that's my hot take on the whole thing. Warner Brothers Discovery may have sold, or more accurately given away, its stake in the CW 2 years ago, but the company is trying to bring back one of the broadcast network's hallmarks, a tonnage of output for the WB-TV studio. At a Bank of America conference Wednesday, CFO Gunnar Wiedfelds talked about the TV networks at the end of the year, and they will look for opportunities to create synergies between the studio and the channels. I just want to hear about the Harry Potter stuff. I don't care about their TV branch. Another growth area is gaming, which he categorized as a strategic asset for the company. He noted that the gaming division is struggling due to a big miss with Suicide Squad compared to the huge win last year with Hogwarts Legacy. So it makes sense that the company is already thinking about a sequel to the game set in the Harry Potter universe. Thank you so much. Thank you. Like, this makes me just think, like, I feel like they had a few years where they could be experimental, and now it's time to get to work. Like, okay, we need money. And I think we're going to see more of that in the near future.
No, I
It
want
is just like the
I want big studios to keep pushing out bad games, so then I'd have less competition in the future. Like that's what I want. I want more bad games to release, so it's more content for me, and also less competition for me in the future.
film business, a hit-driven business, he said. Obviously, a successor to Hogwarts Legacy is one of the biggest priorities in a couple years down the road. And film is another area of investment. DC Studios, a key piece of that. The WBD CFO said that James Gunn and Peter Safran are revitalizing the brand. Yeah, there's a new Superman coming out. The new Batman flick is on the way. Yeah. Okay. I'm not a prude about like the First Descendant stuff or Stellar Blade stuff. It's sort of like whatever. And I obviously get that the pretty lady thing is a big draw, but there are certain costumes in those games where I would be embarrassed if somebody walked in on me playing it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to be like,
I wouldn't be embarrassed.
Like, on the one hand, I get it. On the other hand, yeah, that's it. I don't even know what that is.
That's it. I'm pretty
Kahiros,
shameless.
but yeah, waifu tax. That's a good way to put it. Literal wife tax, maybe. It was funny. I was showing my wife one of the images from the game, and she's like, "Oh, okay, I get it." Like she was like, "Oh, all right." She kind of just rolled her eyes, and yeah. But yeah, like that's the kind of thing that I mean. Like if if my kids walked in and I was just on the character screen for First Descendant, I might be like, maybe I should not let them see that, you know? That kind of thing. But like they're going for like what? Teenagers? So that was my whole thing about why I think the industry is healing. And I was honestly, I got to bookmark this one. I think it's just nice to see. We didn't really talk about the challenges over at, is it teenagers? We'll just say maybe men who aren't married. Yeah, I don't know. There's they're going for sex appeal, right? I think that's the best way to say it. They are going for sex appeal, and it works. There's been tons of psychology studies about like you like to look at good, nice to look at things, right? Like it's not like rocket science what's happening there. So yeah. Phil Roney says, I had a weird moment years ago when my stepmom came on to me watching X-Play. She freaked out and I had to explain what it was. What episode were you on? It's just people talking about video games, right? Yeah, there's the gotcha games too. Okay, teenager was the wrong way to say it, I guess. But instead of saying it that way, just general sex appeal. Like they're clearly leaning
A lot of gamers are actually old now.
And that's what they're doing. I'm just saying my personal reaction to it.
Gamers are trending old.
That's a little bit too far. Like the bunny suit.
Like the gamers have never stopped playing games.
I
so
recognize them.
There's going to be more older gamers than newer gamers, I would imagine.
Okay, so we covered off on the length. Oh God, we didn't even talk about the
chart
PlayStation
would be kind
5.
of linear.
Apparently, a lot of people think that the rumored PlayStation 5 design has been leaked. Now, that comes from Wario64 and all of these other people where on their like anniversary headline or whatever, they have the original PlayStation 5 and this concept design that many believe is going to be the PlayStation 5 Pro. Now, if you'll remember, there have been a ton of leaked documents about that. Like there was the drawing. This is from Tweaktown, Derek Strickland's joint over there. There was the concept design of the PlayStation 5 Pro. I don't know what I said. And then like, I think somebody made this 3D design. This is again from Tweaktown, where this is what they think it's going to look like. And PlayStation's basically confirming it on this concept design. They have the new USBs, by the way. Oh no, wait. Yeah, so they have one of each on the old one. This new one has like an SD slot and everything. Clay, good to see you. Appreciate you stopping by. PS5 Pro with the Go Faster stripes. Yeah, right. Got to go fast on the PS5 Pro. Charlie Intel did this like zoomed in version of it like that. But this is like from the official artwork. So the only thing that's really different is that it has 4 stripes. 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of 3, which is notable, I guess. Kind of cool. I don't know. Like we've talked about it a lot on the show about how the question is, who's the PlayStation 5 Pro? Who needs the PlayStation 5 Pro and things like that? Cromwell, that guy that I talked about, he says, I love how the industry is losing its shit with quadruple A games and inflated budgets, and then Sony just released a PS2 style platformer and everyone hails it as the best game ever made. No, I genuinely do love this. Nintendo out there yeah. We're talking about graphics and like 60 FPS and all this stuff. What is, chat, I'm not going to prompt you. In a video game, what is the number one thing you need to focus on first before anything else?
Greater than 60 FPS.
What is the most important thing in a video game?
Greater than 60 FPS.
It's there in the name. Half of the words in the name. Thank you. Yes. That is your top priority, and then you go from there.
Not playing anything under 60. Even 60 is kind of
rough. And it's
rough.
really, really frustrating when like, yeah, get out of here, Clay. Microtransactions. Yeah, gameplay. And then you optimize the gameplay. And then once you figure out like the 3 seconds of fun, as Bungie used to call it, right? Then you develop from there. Like you can figure out the characters and the story and the world that you want to flesh. But like once you have the hook, or like once you've established, okay, this is what our game's going to be. And then, yeah. Driftwood says companies need more money in research gamers want. I mean, good gameplay. What? I will tell you for
research, right? I thought like, I remember like Blizzard like hiring didn't they hire like psychologists to figure out what gamers want? Where did all that money go? What?
Free.
They
It's
just
just
threw
like
away money
the
for
gameplay
nothing?
loop is either there or it's not. Like, I think it's just obvious, right? Like, you can have other things. Like, I think Hellblade's
crazy to
hook-
think that
Hellblade's
there are
Hellblade
people
2.
playing
A lot
on
of people
30
talk about that.
FPS.
The hook is not the gameplay. I'll tell you that right now.
I
It is
don't
the visuals.
understand how
And
anyone.
a
can
lot
play
of
on
people
30
think it's just
FPS.
basically a marketing piece
Oh my
for
god!
their motion capture studio.
Like I've played 30 FPS before. Like I'm 31, so I remember the days when GPUs weren't very good. And like yeah, if you got like a higher end game that required higher specs and you just had like a shitty computer, like you would play at 30 FPS because that's all you can do. So yeah, like no, we're
actually
not
right.
going back to 30 FPS. Not going back at all. That's so
I think
bad.
we're gonna. Tudor, I got you on the board drift. I
Playing
think
your
when
own
it comes
game is
out,
too
we are
boring
going to
and time
discover
consuming.
that
Yeah, probably. Jeez.
Hellblade 2 probably didn't sell
If you need to
gangbusters.
hire a
They probably
psychologist
did well
to figure out
enough.
why people
But
aren't
yeah.
playing your game.
So there's that.
Consult a shrink
In addition to
to
all
figure out why your game
of
sucks.
this stuff, there's a lot playing for TGS. So there's a big chance that something is going to be revealed at TGS. A lot of people are thinking that it is going to be a new console. And Ken Kutaragi, known as the father of PlayStation, will be speaking at the Tokyo Game Show keynote on Thursday, September 26th. My question is, do we think Xbox will also announce a thing? We talked about that on last stream. I do wonder if Xbox would also launch like their handheld during that stream. Because I'm not seeing, like, people are definitely going to be hyped for a PS5 Pro or to like talk about like whatever the power specs
People
are
just
of
need
that
to get
particular
a
console or
computer.
whatever.
They just need to get a good
Denkai,
PC
thank you for the props on my
and
shirt.
stop
I was just
playing on
looking-
console.
Second to
The consoles are
thank you.
just money traps.
I do wonder if that's the time to do it. It's all but
Like
a done deal.
I can
Like,
understand like enjoying playing a controller. Like
there's
having
this-
a
they're
controller
even
is nice,
teasing it
but
on their anniversary site.
like
Let's go
why
to the
get a
official
console?
anniversary site here.
Just like hook up your controller to a PC.
Where was that teased? So we got Wario here.
It's literally the same thing, but you can
Yeah,
like
okay,
do
here
more
we go.
on a PC.
So here's
you
the
can have
official
like
blog, right? for
uncapped
PlayStation, and here's the
FPS.
actual
You can have
image.
everything on a PC.
And it is, yeah,
It's
they
just
got
a
all
little
this
bit
hardware
more
they made. There's
expensive,
the
but it
original
lasts
PlayStation
longer
5
as
all the way over
well,
here on right. This is like the PS3.
You're not
I think one
beholden.
of the PS.
You're not beholden to one company if you're playing on PC. Like you can source your parts from like a multitude of different companies and build your own PC. It's really not that hard.
3 consoles they made. And then right here, dead center of the image.
You don't have to
dead
be like,
center
oh
of the
no,
image,
Sony.
They have
oh
the PS5
no,
Pro.
Xbox.
It's the Pro. Like, yeah, they're
They didn't
definitely
release
announcing
something
it
good,
soon.
so I guess I'll just
And they're talking
play on a
about
shitty console.
all the great games that they've made and their partnerships and everything. So yeah, I think we got a PS5 Pro announcement at or around TGS. The question is like, when would they do it? I was gonna dive into like Xbox's continued problem with getting people to develop for the Xbox Series S. And honestly, just talking about this TGS news though, I think they're going to retire the Series S and they're going to announce their handheld instead. What if they have figured out a better optimization strategy for the handheld and they are going to begin phasing out the Xbox Series S at this point, which has been sort of a thorn in their side with most of the games that have been developed? There have been many reports about how PlayStation like paid Black Myth to stall the Xbox version of the game or something. Inotria had to like call them out on Twitter And then Phil Spencer stepped in. He's like, get this game on Xbox. What are you doing? The Capcom collection like wasn't going to come to Xbox. And then they had to like go back on their word and then say, okay, it's coming out on Xbox. And I think the handheld's going to come out very, very soon. Yeah, my hot takes are actually usually pretty much just like normal person takes that are fairly level. Nobody asked for the Pro. So if they come out, they're like, hey, here's the Pro. It's $800. And Xbox comes out like, here's the handheld. It's $400. And it runs all Xbox games and it has Steam on it. And yeah, I don't know, man. I think that would be a big W for Xbox if they did it right now. I think the Series S has been messing them up. Sony should have spent money on new games than Pro. Sony said straight up at the beginning of this year, hey, we got nothing for you this year. Thanks, PlayStation fans. Oh, and we're raising the price of the console. I think this is the year where they're like, we need to grind everything to a freaking halt because, and here's an actual hot take, Jim Ryan made a lot of absolutely terrible bets. We're going into a recession and we need to clean house and figure out what we're doing with all of these games. Let's take a shot with
going into
Concord.
recessions.
Okay, that was a disaster. Let's
since
recalibrate everything.
Ever since they shot Harambe, right? Ever since they shot Harambe, everything's been going downhill. Like, it's just been recession after recession.
So I think we're going to see a pretty big.
We never should have done except for Harambe. Like, this
future.
Is our penance now.
I can hear the kids.
We
getting
live
fussy,
in purgatory.
So I know I'm going to have to end this
for our
soon.
actions towards Harambe.
There were a few other stories I didn't get to, but real quick, it's a short TikTok. There was a talk about game prices from Pirate Software that Phil Aroni sent over to me. Let's watch that as the way to cap it off here really quick, because not Phil Aroni. Well, I mean, maybe he has good takes, but he's in the chat all the time. He sent this over, and this is Pirate Software, who I do really like, who talked about game prices. Let's hear what he said.
Tell me if I'm wrong, Chet. When you see a $1 game, it doesn't evoke good things. A lot of people think this is shovelware. $3 game usually feels like an indie game, like an arcade game.
Yes.
$5 game is like a premium arcade game. $10 game is an indie game. $20 game, premium indie game. $30 game, how classify? Not sure. Weird. Starts to get in the realm of what people generally call a AA. $60 game, AAA game.
Yes. So, I mean, like, so far he's right.
$70 game, ripoff.
What do you think? Is a jump from 60 to 70 a ripoff? I think I've accepted that $70 is AAA. I get it.
Yeah, I think $70 is AAA.
I definitely get it. I don't think 70 is a ripoff.
If it's actually AAA and not like
if Concord was
quadruple-A.
$70, I'd say ripoff.
Which you'd have to pay like
I'd be
$200
like, no, this
for.
game should be free. Like the game was 40 and everybody said this should be free. They got away with it with Returnal. Returnal was $70. Like, oh, we can just do this for all of our games. Like we can charge for everything. 70 ripoff? I don't know.
This is generally how I feel people feel about pricing right now. $130 game, you out of your damn mind.
Yes, 100%. The $100 price point, it's just not going to happen. All these, and it's crazy to me that there are consumers out there begging to see game prices raised. What are you doing?
Yeah, what are they doing?
If you raise prices like $100-something, you will.
I
kill
mean,
the
I'll
games
take
industry.
it as a game developer.
They're
Thanks for
just
the
not
money.
going to pay that much. You gotta like.
But I mean,
For lack of
as
a
a
better term,
game,
you got to trick them
gamer,
into spending that money.
maybe not.
You got to give them the deluxe box set that you had made somewhere where you got the components for dirt cheap and can get in earlier or whatever. I'm gonna look this up really quick because I had a conversation about this.
I think $40. I think $40 is like the perfect price point. When I see a game for $40, I'm like, yeah, that's like perfect for me.
And we
I
sort
can
of went
afford
back and forth on it.
$40 for a good game.
Let me see here. We talked about the $100 price point. Oops. I think it was $100. See if I can find that.
For some reason, I get happy whenever I see a $40 price tag.
I could probably just look up his responses to me because it was between us. So it was from this account to... Oh, that'll be easier. Here it is. First one. He doesn't at me very often. So I was talking about prices of games, right? Say game prices are raised to $100. You've now limited how many people can afford your game and your sales. I don't think raising game prices will even make a dent in the problem because it becomes cost prohibitive at some point. Long story short, this is a consumer saying games need to be more expensive because they're more expensive to make. I'm sorry, but that is PlayStation's problem.
Like Bobby Kotick's alt
you
account.
have to figure out what you can make and your budgets. That is not my job as a consumer to figure out for you. It's not my job to even know about that. My job is to tell you, is the game worth the money? Right? And that's the challenging part that they have. And Cromwell sort of chimed in. The conventional logic is that players are not as price sensitive as people think, but this applies to $40 to $60. They say it doesn't make a difference. Leaping to 100 when quality can't be trusted would be suicide, especially with the decline of marketing avenues. The problem with a more modest inflation increase to $80, for example, is that you're still fighting for screen time in a crowded market where there's less and less screen time each year. So though operationally viable, raising is antithetical to the screen time problem also. This is essentially what's so messy about the industry at the moment. You need to invest much larger sums to compete, but it's for screen time and less shelf space, none in most cases. There's a lot less screen time than there ever was shelf space. So risk is higher than ever. Crazy levels. Like this guy worked on Baldur's Gate and he's just so open about the challenges, and it's just so refreshing to have people understand why I'm right. It was so great to have him come out and say, you're right, Destin. No, but seriously, like I come from a place where like I didn't have money. Like right? So like I've worked since I was like 9. I started working at a paper route. Like as soon as I could work, I was working, and I was buying
was a child
Wolverine
labor
comics and my
shit,
X-Men
man.
comics and candy and junk like that. I had nothing. The first game I can remember buying, it was either, I think it was Sonic Pinball on the Sega Genesis, right? And that meant a lot. I played the crap out of that game. And that's what it's like when you don't have vast amounts of money. That's why I love something like Xbox Game Pass. Imagine I had freaking Game Pass and games came to it like a little bit later, or even the PlayStation equivalent or whatever subscription service you want to use. Like, you just get access to everything. And that's all that some people get. So when you're talking, well, games are so expensive to make these days, like it's so hard to make a good game, and you want to ask Paper Route Destin to spend $100, it's not going to happen. You have a finite amount of eyeballs, especially now when Paper Route Destin could have been playing all these free-to-play games. There are a finite number of gamers in the world. Like, you're not going to see this explosive growth the way that we did in the past. It's just not going to happen, right?
What we need is another
This
COVID.
is going to sound silly to a lot of you all, but you know
We
what
need more
a big
people to
barrier is?
die.
This. Even this. Imagine you've never played a video game before and you pick this up. Do you remember what it was like playing on controller for the first time?
For their lives and stay inside.
Like maybe it was N64 for some of you. Maybe it was an Xbox. Like, I'm old. Maybe it was an Xbox. It's not easy. Like, the first time I played a first-person shooter, I don't know what the hell I was doing. I was terrible. I'm still pretty terrible. It took me I would say it took me like 2 months to get really good on the keyboard and mouse even. And the game I learned it on was probably one of the hardest games. It was PUBG. Yeah, so a lot of people's NES controller, and like NES controller, you would like
But his first
you would like
FPS
do
was PUBG.
this. You go
Damn.
watch new people
The
who've
heck?
never played video games playing a controller. Like they can't separate. They can't. It's really
What was,
funny, but
what was my first like FPS game? I wonder. Maybe it was like Tomb Raider. It's a long time ago. I think it was Tomb Raider. And then I played like No One Lives Forever 2. And then after that it was Half-Life 2. Or maybe like No One Lives Forever was around the same time as Half-Life 2. I forget.
because they can't separate the motions on the screen from their reaction psychologically. It's really, really cool. It's sort of fun to watch because that separation happens only after you've established that like you're inputting through this device to do inputs. Anyway, long story short, people aren't going to pay $100 for games. They're just not. You know, you have to trick them with a collector's edition or something like that. And even that's only going to account for a certain percentage of your sales. So let's hear what Pirate Software says.
You're out of your damn mind. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Ridicule.
Yeah, he's talking about Star Wars. What Star Wars like $103 early access, or like look at Warhammer right now. Like what's Warhammer at? Let's look at Steam charts. Like it's very popular. Everybody's been talking about how great it is. I think
I really want to
so
get
it's
Warhammer.
85,000 people playing.
It's just
it right
expensive, you know.
now. And is it
Man.
still only the $130 version?
It's not like super expensive. I can
This
obviously
game's an
afford it if I
astronomical
really wanted
success.
to, but
Like if you go look at Steam charts, Warhammer Space Marine, I believe this is like the premium edition
God, I want to play it though.
that you can only get in.
But man, it's like so expensive.
So like early access. Is
You
the
don't make
data
a lot
point?
of
Yeah,
money
that's
as
gonna
a
come
game
to
dev.
every game. Every game's
Like
getting early
$80,
access.
man.
You're welcome, internet. You kept paying for it. What do you think they're gonna do? If you're a business guy and you make video games,
But I want to play it.
and you see excitement for your game, let them have early access. I mean, maybe don't delete all their saves. Pro tip from Ubisoft: don't make your users delete all their saves. You might
Yours
have
might
to
have
give
been
them
Far
like
Cry
$20
1.
worth of
Oh
digital
yeah, Far
currency that
Cry.
isn't
I
real
think,
money.
Yeah, I played that too.
Anyway,
Is what that leads
Not
to.
Far Cry 1. I
This
think
is
I
generally
played
how
Far
I feel
Cry
that people
2.
feel about pricing in games right now.
pretty accurate.
It is not always going to be the case. But
No,
this
not Far
seems
Cry
like
2.
a
I think I
general
played Far
standard.
Cry 3.
So when something is
Maybe
a
I played a
$1
bit of Far Cry
game,
2.
a lot of people go, I don't know about that. That's shovelware, dude. Maybe the devs don't care
Yeah.
about it too much. But a $3 game, that's kind
I was
of the
never really a
lower
big
bound where
Ubisoft
you're like,
player,
this
though.
might actually be something that they care about. It's just a smaller game. $100 DLC. $250 Escape from Tarkov.
Yes.
Escape from the video game. Yeah, just escape from that page.
Ubisoft games, they're like single player MMOs without anyone else playing. Like you don't run into any other players. You just like play a single player MMO. In the
Just
truest
hit
sense
escape.
of the
Never play the game again.
the name.
$250. Ridiculous.
Yeah. So I think he made that one a while back. I actually did see that. Thanks for reminding me, Phil. He's dead on. Like there's value propositions, and I understand. Like I am sorry, I do not have sympathy for how expensive
Oh, what's that other
it
game?
is
Like
for the bill.
Like Metro 2033 is also a really fun game that I did a lot of. That's like also FPS.
Billionaires to make games these days. The trillionaires. Like
Metro
these
series,
companies
good
that have
shit.
just billions of dollars. Oh no. You put $100 million into development and
Far Cry 1 was made by Crytek. Oh, I didn't know
$150
that.
million
thought it was like all
dollars into
Ubisoft.
your marketing budget, and you
Or is it
only made
Ubisoft? I always call
$20
it
million.
Ubisoft. I think it's pronounced Ubisoft.
Like, come on.
Like
I just
your dick be soft.
I always try and look at it from the perspective of the consumer, and at the end of the day, if what you made didn't resonate with the audience, it's not going to sell. And all the other stuff, like there's other important stories that are always told about video games, but at the end of the day, if you have a great game, it could fall flat on its face. And maybe people will find it later. I would say that like Alan Wake 2 was a very good
published
game.
by
Everybody
Ubisoft, okay.
loved it. I think some people gave it their game of the year. But at the end of the day, like, they're still struggling to break even on it. And what's their play? They're going to go make the other popular thing that they make. They're going back to Max Payne. I actually really like that philosophy. It's like one for us, one for you. We're going to remake all the Max Paynes. They're going to be freaking awesome. We need that cash win, you know, and we know we'll get it with that. And we're working on Control 2. Maybe we'll do Alan Wake 3 someday. But Alan Wake was for them, and it didn't hit the way they wanted it to hit. The market is, they're probably going to break even on it, like break even. But they still got to work on that. It's like, honestly, I think sustainability is a really nice goal to have, and I think they've sort of nailed that. And I'm really, really happy.
I played
that
a
they
lot of
nailed
Age
that.
of Empires.
My concern is when it's somebody who isn't like the Alan Wake devs, and it's somebody who's like, well,
Played a lot
we
of Age
broke
of
even,
Empires,
but that's
and
not good enough.
Half-Life.
Close the studio.
Like multiplayer
And
Half-Life.
I feel like that's sort of where we're at right now.
That shit was
WB
crazy.
waking up and smelling
Like when
coffee,
Gary's
smelling
mod. That's where
roses,
Gary's
whatever
mod
you
was
wanna call
birthed.
it, is very welcome, though. I think we are going to see
Portal
a lot
1
more
and
safe
2.
bets.
I played those a lot
And
as well.
safe bets. When I hear safe bets, I hear games Destin wants. Like things that the market has been begging for, and fewer bad experiments, right? Like just stuff that just like what market, and I just feel like, is there still market analysis being done on a lot of these projects? That's what I don't get. Alan Wake 2, they probably knew they were going to like break even on their budgeting. They did pretty well with where they landed on Alan Wake 2.
I still don't know
But
what
they
Alan Wake
need
is, and at
a
this point I'm
cash
scared
flow
to
for their
ask.
next projects, and that's why it's Control 2. The original Control did fairly well for them, I understand, and I think Max Payne will do very well for them. So I do wonder where that puts the rest of the industry. Like, yeah, oh no, for the next 5 years, we're going to get Ghost of Tsushima 2, Death Stranding 2, Black Myth Wukong DLC, another Legend of Zelda, another Metroid. We're getting Gears of War E-Day. Oh no, that
You know what the
sounds
weird thing is
terrible,
I've
everybody.
never played
I
any
can't
of these
believe
games
the
he's talking
industry
about.
is making literally everything I
I've never
want.
played a single one. I may have
Legacy of
played like
Kain
Gears of
is
War for
finally
like a
getting
few minutes.
remake and remaster.
I forget, maybe it was a
Oh
different game.
no, like people are painting it like oh, this is a bad thing, and I'm just like, this sounds like perfect. Like this is what I want. This is what I have wanted forever. What's another thing that's being made that like, oh, we're like, what's next? Is Rocksteady going to make another Batman game? Oh no, that would be so awful. It would be so
I haven't played a
awful if
single
we got a
Batman game either.
Hogwarts Legacy
I haven't
2
played a
that
single
made
Batman
$1 billion
game. I haven't played a
for the
single
company.
Spider-Man game.
Oh, yucky. It would be so bad if we got a new Mass Effect entry made in Unreal Engine 5 that is
I haven't played Mass Effect.
remembers its
If
roots. Oh no, we're gonna get a
we had,
Splinter Cell
Commander Shepard
remake.
back again.
Oh, all of this just
If it was
sounds
like the
the
original
worst,
story
you
continued.
guys. Oh no, not remasters for some of the best games ever made of all time. Like the narrative that any of that is negative is crazy talk to me. Crazy Taxi 2 I think looks bad, but like yeah.
I think a Mass Effect MMO would be
So that's sort of my
would be a
take on the
killer
whole
idea.
situation. I'm happy about it, honestly.
If they did
It's
it well.
like, thank goodness. And when they are back in a few years and they are ready to take new bets, I'm fine with that. But focus test them. Make sure that there's actually an audience out there of people that are actually going to play it. The crazy thing is, Darren said, how many people actually
Darren.
remember Legacy of Kain? Probably not many. But
Darren's in
all
chat.
that game needs, the remaster's already been
Only
done.
Xanima
It
players
doesn't need to
would
be
understand.
remade. It just needs a remaster. And you know what it really just needs? A freaking modernized control scheme. That's all the game needs. You don't need to change anything. The fans have already done it for you. Go give those fans $10 million. update your freaking control scheme, and then put that out on
$1
console.
and a hand job.
That's all you need to do. Done day. You will make profit on that. Healthy profit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Phil Aroni says just like Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid, the collection, Volume 1, is
I haven't
kind
played
of
Metal
garbage.
Gear Solid.
It's kind of worse than those old games. Do you think it was profitable for them? You bet your bottom it was. It was absolutely profitable for them.
It's crazy. There's all these gamers living in a different
You have
universe than
fans
me.
putting Bloodborne on PC. It's just like,
All these console gamers talking
what
about
do you
games
want?
they've never played.
How about the game that's being remade for you by the fans because you're refusing to do it? Like, there's such a passionate community for Fallout expansions that a fan made Fallout London from Fallout 4.
Fallout
Like,
London?
it's like,
I
oh,
haven't
we
played
can't
that.
figure out what people
That's
want.
David Brevik's game, isn't it?
It's so confusing. It's like, how many times does Legacy of Kain need to trend before you frickin' put a
good game.
controller port on that game?
Shooter
Just release
style
it.
Diablo loot.
Who owns it now? It's that it's the studio that was supposed to get money from Saudi Arabia, and then that deal fell apart, and then they had to like close. They had to sell like everything.
Right.
What company is that?
Embracer.
The one nobody's a big fan of right now.
Embracer.
Anyway.
They've split into 3 different companies. and I
Yeah,
think
so like there you
a few
go.
of them have gone under already.
I got to go help with the kids. I ended up streaming. How long have I been streaming? How long have we been talking today, y'all?
Yeah, I should probably go soon
I have
too.
no idea.
I've
I
been
totally
streaming
lost
for
track of
5
time.
hours. It's 4 a.m. here in Malaysia. I gotta go. as
Usually
well.
it says duration on the bottom of my little thing here. Oh, 2 hours. All right. Well, not that long, I guess. That's pretty good. I will probably do a few of these as VODs this week. A lot of people really ask that that like I have more regular videos, and they don't watch the streams. So sometimes I do VODs, and then the VODs do better than the streams. So I usually, the plan is stream on Sunday, have at least one VOD for Monday. We got a lot of great content this week, but even better, we became friends. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I do really, really appreciate it. For real, it was just great getting to chat and hang out and talk about what's going on in the industry. I think this has been one of my favorite streams in a long time. I think it was very positive, and y'all were great. So just thank you if you hung out. EA, thank you for embarrassing me. I don't think you're being accurate. EA knows who he is. Or she is, if they're
Guys,
still
I gotta
watching,
go.
but yeah, embrace her. Thank you.
I should go.
Dev.
Like I'm done watching this. If you guys want to watch it on your own, or if you're interested in like what you've been hearing, this is the channel, Destin's channel. He's covered Destiny 2 stuff before, so that's why I know him. But he also formerly worked at IGN. He's got a lot of cool viewpoints that I also agree with. But yeah, that's basically it for today. I cleaned up some more armor. I'm gonna go. That's basically what I'm gonna be doing until this armor is finished. Just like cleaning up the armor, making sure all the armor looks good, making sure there's like another variant to the armor pieces. So like this pauldron won't be able to be mirrored because of the strap. But there's another pauldron which is mirrorable, so that can go on the other side, and then you can have like 2 of them. But yeah, that's everything. See ya, Rusty. See ya, Inoculating. See ya. I can't read Chinese, I'm sorry, but if you're still around, goodbye. I'll be back